Very good evening. Welcome to yet another day of our live coverage. We have been streaming these events since the election night or election day, and the counting has been happening. A lot of tensions today. We saw some fiasco, or I would call it some scuffle at the Bomas of Kenya. Those are the live pictures coming from there. And in just short a while, I'll be inviting Bonnie Nyaga to come and give us a short brief of how he felt this day has been so far. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Bonnie Nyaga. Good evening, Bonnie, and how are you?
Hi, Ali. I'm great.
Hi. Great to see you once again.
Same here.
It looks like a Nairobi cold is still treating you well.
Hey, where I tell you things are cold here. They got extra cold. It was like 5:30, and man, it was so cold. So you can imagine right now it's about 8 o'clock. So it's things are heating up in the election, but in the weather it's actually quite cold.
The weather. I wanted to say the weather.
Oh, the weather.
Manueta.
Manueta.
He was able to convince a group of people from Webuye to actually get to vote for the DP. That is quite a stride there. But Bonnie, if you can bring us up to speed, what do we have? Because you are an entertainment journalist, and a lot of your celebrity friends were vying for posts. Did some of them make it to the parliament or to these other posts they were looking out for?
Yes, actually, it's been, I would say it's a mixture. It's a mixture of wins and losses.
Yeah.
Starting, of course, with Jalango, who won the Langata MP seat. That was quite an ouster, to be honest, because Korir is very popular in Langata. On the ground but I think Jalango carried the day, possibly because of, I mean, Langata has always been Baba, that is ni bedroom from back in the day when Langata and Kibera were together. Of course, Raila Odinga was the MP then of the Langata then. Right now it's been split between Langata and Kibera. So I think it was important for Azimio to really show strength, because if the flag bearer, the former constituency of the flag bearer, they could not have been able to clinch it. I think it could have been, it was more of a symbolic seat. So Jalango really outdid Korir, who though had performed on the ground and people loved him, but I think the Azimio wave is what carried the day. Bahati, well, hakuwa na bahati.
That was way below the belt, but it's okay. Bahati hakuwa na bahati. I thought after releasing a new jam on how Onavangoza Mkongole, it was going to make him sail through.
Nope. In fact, he was all the way number 3. I mean, to be honest, it was a last-minute ditch. Not a lot of people took his candidature very with a lot of weight, because it looked like a last-minute thing. At least with Jalango, with Jalango, he took time. He announced it. He even resigned from his position at KISS. So for him, for Jalango, it looked a bit more serious. For Bahati, it looked like a wave, like he was just, because he had never indicated before to any of his fans that he would be interested. He had never shown any kind of signs of being ever interested in politics. So I think it came as a big surprise for anybody watching, for even Bahati to to say, oh, I'm coming up, I'm going to do this. So his number 3 position, not to, I don't think very many people are shocked with that.
But anyway, before you can go to the next one, Bonnie, I mean, this is the first time this young man is giving it a hit. I mean, a try. You can't really vilify him for that. I mean, we've seen other big wigs trying it out and they didn't. They had a miserable loss.
Very true. But you see, I'm not really okay. I'm not trying to rain on his parade, but the feeling on the ground. In fact, when he came out and he said Bahati is running for election, to be honest, no one even believed it. Okay, because they're like, Bahati, election. It was not.
Those two nouns in the same sentence, probably.
Yeah, someone like Ekodida, it was also his first time. But if you look at Ekodida, the history of Ekodida, he's always been about youth empowerment. He's always been fighting for various things. You remember even back in the day, his tribe, the tribal, he's been fighting against social ills. He's been speaking up against, social ills. But Bahati, has never had that kind of a brand. No one knows Bahati for standing up for the closest, I guess, he's come to any elective seat is when he sat on the president's seat, during campaign, and everyone was on a big, that's the closest anyone has ever associated him with a political seat. So for him to come up, to be honest, even for Jalango, it was a bit shocking. Because he'd never been a social issue kind of person, However, at least for Jalango, he has that story of, being the inspirational guy, working hard, blah, blah, blah. So for him, when he was pressed, Jalango, seemed to have some issues that he was talking about. But for Bahati, and then also the fact that he cried, you remember that, the cry gate? I don't know whether to call it the cry gate or to call it, the incident of him when he was not given the what's called the nomination seat. He was crying about it, and so he was a hard candidate. Maybe now that he's run, people can now start seeing him in that light. And if I was to give him free consultancy, I mean, if he has the hype, he has the name. All he has to do now is convince us that he's actually serious about politics, and you never know. Young guys may actually give him a chance.
Okay, fair enough.
So, KJ, I'm not so sure about KJ yet.
But he actually was able to clinch the seat, and I mean, we know him from the history of from comedy and all that during the days of what do you call them? Well, the ridiculous and all that, and. My only worry is, and I know you still have a list of them, Bonnie, is we haven't seen much of improvement from the previous crop of entertainers that have gone into leadership, except of course the Ukrainian president, who has been taking Russia head to head. I haven't seen any other in my land that is a bit serious about this stuff.
And that's why I guess this time, okay, they're a headline, but they're more of a sideline. I would say they're celebrities making it into politics is more a sideline than a headline anymore. When John Kerry and Jaguar took it up the last time, everyone was like, wow, this is great. But after seeing how it's interesting, there's a lot of critics, especially someone like John Kerry, who when he was in Ridiculous was making fun of he was making fun of the politicians, and then he ended up being just like them. Kigeugeu Jaguar, sang about Kigeugeu, but when he got in, we can't say these guys have done this thing or the other. And I mean, a lot of the analysis, because I did write a lot of those stories when these guys were running, and one of the things that a lot of leadership consultants and leadership experts were saying is that entertaining and leadership are two very different things. Fine, you need the popularity, you need people to know you, and you need people to support you in both. But that's why it ends, because entertainment is about making people feel good, and people is about making people love you. Leadership is about making people respect you, okay, and follow you, okay. and trust that you know what you're doing, you know. So leadership is a different ball game from entertainment, you know, and so you really must be able to switch the flip. Yeah, you must be able to flip the switch when you're moving from entertainment to leadership. Otherwise, what happens is people vote you in because of the euphoria of your name. I mean, you are who? You're Jalango, you're Bahati, you're Rekodida, you're all those, you're MC Jesse, you're all those. However, what guys want to see is, you see now, MC, like Jalango has been a comedian. He's been a social commentator, yes, but he's been a comedian. But now he's in the serious business of making sure that the people of Langata have water, that the people of Langata have security, that the people of Water have good housing. Now that's not a laughing matter, you see, and that's a whole different ballgame. So really, a lot of times we've experienced that where the voters are like, yeah, we know this guy, and to be honest, like even the ballot paper for Langata, you're looking at all the other MPs except Nixon Corey, you don't even know the other guys. So you're like, more often than not, they're given the vote. It's sort of just a vote because I know you. It's a familiar face.
I mean, I was coming to that, Bonnie, because it makes me worried when we have, we have several of them that are available to vie and, you know, give us chance to choose from. But why do the best of the best desist from, you know, getting interrogated and become probably our possible leaders, political leaders? Why do people that deserve stay away from this?
Because we have a very, very, very horrible political system, and our electoral system is also not. It's not free and fair. Okay, it's free and fair in the sense that fine, it's free and fair, but it is not free and fair. In the sense that the way our politics is set up, you know, it doesn't encourage any serious person who wants to do any serious work to do it, unless you have also, you need a certain level of tenacity. If you're a nice guy, look at even the biggest challenge, and of course he has other things, but if you look at Igathe, one of the biggest issues people had against Igathe is he's a nice guy. You know, I remember Jim Nambaru when he was running back in the day in the governor, he was being told, you're really good, you're a great manager, you'd make a great governor, but you're a nice guy. You know, look at someone like Kivuza Kibwana, who's a former governor for Makueni. Does done a lot of things. He has a great history, but the minute he came out with his bid for president, everyone was like, yeah, he's good. He'd make a great president, but he's a nice guy. So I think we don't create an environment where the nice guys can win, and so we end up with it's a tough knuckle. You know, it's a bare knuckle fight.
Yeah,
politics is literally a bare knuckle fight. But politics anyway is a bare knuckle fight. But there's no room for gentlemen. Let me put it that way.
Wow, that's scary, because now I'm thinking, are we going to deal with tags? But that's story for another day, because the elections and the counting are still happening there at the Bomas. You can see those live pictures coming to us from the Bomas, Kenya. I mean, that is the National Tallying Center for IEBC, and that's where the presidential election ballot papers are being received. That is the Form 34As. So far, so good. We are told most of them are in, if not all of them. And already we have some declarations that were made earlier on in the day. And of course, when we have time and possibility, we'll be replaying some of those tapes so that you guys can get to know what exactly happened and transpired. For now, we stick with Bonnie here, who is telling me about the celebrity effect into the election period. But Bonnie, one of the other factors that we will be tackling in this conversation include post-election or election stress disorder. And later on, we have a great panel still coming in to tackle this. But as journalists, are they ignored as part and parcel of the, you know, the chain that gets to handle the stress levels?
Yes, you see, the thing about and maybe your panelists will tell you a bit more about it. I mean, they're the experts. For me, I can only say from our perspective, it's a very high pressure. Journalism in general is high pressure. It's a high pressure job. If you Google top 10 most stressful jobs, you'll find journalism is right up there with them. So the thing is, a lot of people don't. You're so used to it. Sometimes you don't recognize what kind of effect it's having on you. And okay, it's my own unofficial. It's my own unofficial prognosis or analysis, psychoanalysis.
Gotten
But if you look
into the verification,
like my namesake.
Bonnie, I'm gonna cut you very fast so that
Okay.
we get at the IBC Center to know what is happening there. Kindly hold on.
this is work that requires a lot of attention and meticulous. If you have no role, kindly leave the verification area. Thank you.
Well, I will say there still looks to be some dramas at the Bomas of Kenya. That was quite a short announcement on people being asked to leave the verification area. And this is one of the issues that arose during the day when persons that were not, accredited to access some parts of that auditorium were accessing, and it was quite a fiasco. But God will tell us about that later on. So you were still telling me something about the journalist aspect in the chain of stress levels. As a journalist, do you feel we are ignored as part and parcel of the people that get to receive the stress during our execution of work?
Oh yeah, and you see, I think partly it's our fault because we make it look easy. We make it look easy. We make it look so flawless. I mean, we just go on camera. If you've ever tried to interview anyone on camera, the general public, just walk into the streets and just talk to anybody. Most people, when a camera shows up, they freeze. They can't talk. I mean, I have friends of mine who are so loud, so I mean, they're so loud when you're talking to them. Put them in front of a camera, they freeze. Put them under the kind of pressure that we are often put under. They freeze. Multitasking. They say men can't multitask, but clearly they've not been journalists.
Yeah.
You have to multitask. Whether you're talking of live, like now, if you're a live TV journalist, you are managing sound. You're listening to your control room on your earpiece, you're reading the teleprompter, or you're doing research at the same time. Breaking news is happening, you're confirming, that kind of a thing. So there's a lot of pressure, and especially around this election time, there is huge pressure, huge pressure that a lot of people don't even know. And for me, the case study, and maybe the psychologists can correct me if I'm wrong, but someone like Boniface Mwangi, when I look at his history, his trajectory was heavily affected by how he covered the 2007 election, 2007, 2008 post-election violence.
Yeah. That
coverage, of course, that combined with everything that he had experienced before, because he was a photojournalist for a long time. And for me, my view is that's really changed him. The post-election, covering the post-election violence changed him and made him the activist that he is. I mean, thank God for him. He took a positive. He took his pressure and his stress, turned it into a positive, because for him, he saw we have a big problem with our politics, and so then he came out and it's like, I'm gonna use my voice to sort of agitate for change. But unfortunately, not everybody may have that approach. Some people may turn into alcoholism, others may turn into addictions, others may turn into, some may even have ulcers. And from the little research that I've been doing, stress manifests itself in weird ways. Like you can find someone has, all of a sudden starts to have back pains. And when they go, they're tested, absolutely nothing is wrong. But it's a stress, it's a pressure that has been causing that. And it could cause a whole new series of ailments that from that point on starts to really affect someone.
Great. And of course, Bonnie, we will actually be talking and discussing that much further in this conversation. I will be bringing you back on in a moment. But for now, let's just get to know what is this that we call election stress disorder. And yesterday, we had a great conversation with Shalini, who is a very passionate individual that I've come to know. She talks about mental health awareness issues and gets to be part and parcel of the advocacy towards great mental health. Take a listen in.
Okay, so I can tell you that I was in the diaspora in the UK for 25 years, and I followed all the Kenyan elections from there. And I found it very stressful because I knew that my family was here. I wanted to know who was going to come in. And as president, because that always makes a difference, this time for this election, I am here in Kenya. I'm in Nairobi. And the stress levels and the anxiety levels are much, much higher because you can feel the energy of the people. You can feel the stress that people are feeling. And also we're glued to TVs and radios and the internet all the time. And now with social media, there's even more information out there all the time. So election stress disorder is something that people feel. And it's a term that was coined in 2016 by a psychologist in America when Trump came into power, because in America, a lot of people were feeling that anxiety. And being here on the ground in Nairobi, I can feel it. It's palpable. And I've spoken to a lot of people from all walks of life, all ages, and everybody feels this is a very important election because there's a lot of young people who are not feeling hopeful about the future. You know, Eli, our mental health issues have gone through the roof, our suicide rates have gone through the roof, and depression has gone through the roof. And young people between the ages of 20 and 35 are feeling hopeless about their future. So for them, this election is important. But having said that, many of them have not voted for many, many reasons. But I'm hearing a lot about anxiety, depression, sleeplessness, etc. So it's a very true feeling, this feeling of hopelessness, anxiety, stress, and it's something that we must all be very aware of, especially now young people. And now, as we wait for the count, I feel the level has gone even higher. So it's a very real phenomenon.
So it's real, and you say this is thanks to President Trump's election period. But one will also allude this probably to the fact that there's too much information around. Is it an issue having too much information? Because we are told information is power. And now we have the power to take that information, but there's everything coming from all directions. You can't keep up with what is happening.
Because the information is not always 100% accurate. Let me tell viewers that 50% of what you see on social media is fake news. At the moment, if you see the tallies happening on the different TV stations, they're not tallying. It's not right. At one place, one candidate is winning and another one. So this is causing anxiety. Which TV station is correct? But actually, the truth is they're probably tallying it slightly differently. Okay, they're slightly differently. To maybe one TV station is counting Ruto's votes first and the other Odinga's votes first. Yeah. So we must be aware that you should not let this cause anxiety. Let us wait. IEBC have put out the 34As are out. They're online. You can download for all of them if you want to. I wouldn't advise to do it, but you can count. And from that, you can tell who the winner is. But until the 34Bs are in and counted, there is no point speculating. So my plea to people is please wait for the IEBC to announce it. Do not look at this in between because we have a long way to count still. And if you start anticipating, this person has won and this person has won, you'll be disappointed or happy either way. And then let us just wait. Let's keep the peace for ourselves, within us, and for the country as well.
Shalini, it's easier to advise people to wait, but Kenyans are not so good at waiting. We can't even queue to receive our salaries. I mean, we can't wait for the next paycheck. How do we wait for the next president?
You know, it's a couple of days before they have to tell us by Tuesday. And I feel that we need to maybe do other things, maybe spend time with loved ones, spend time, sleep. Please, people, don't lose your sleep. I feel like my sister was like, I didn't sleep all night. I was seeing, why are you losing sleep over this? Your losing sleep is not going to change who is going to be announced in the next 2 days. So let's just look after ourselves. If you're one for prayer, go and do some praying, calm your mind, go meditate, eat well. Don't forget to eat. I feel a lot of people are sitting in front of their TVs with chocolate and crisps, and don't do that. Go eat. And also just, if during the day, if you can go out into nature, go out into nature. It's still very safe here in Nairobi. I know there's been violence in some places, not in Nairobi, but so let us look after ourselves, and let's not give so much energy to this process that we can't actually control. Let's give it some space and some time. The president-elect will be announced very soon, very soon.
Oh, yes, the president-elect will be announced very soon. And that was the punchline of that conversation. Are you taking care of your mental health? Because some people are actually under immense stress issues or stresses thanks to the elections. And all of us keep glancing at the TV and the screens, wanting to find out who is winning or who is losing. I've actually received so many of those questions. But talking about winners and losers, in a few, we'll be joining one of our guests who is on their way into the studio. But I stay here with Bonnie. Bonnie is telling me, Maze, hizi kura zinapeleka watu mbio. Bonnie, you heard what Shalini said there, and a lot of us actually staying on the screens, hoping that we get the good news. Is it always good news coming from the screens?
Not always. I mean, the very nature of elections is two things: winning and losing. You can't have an election and have winners only. So the anxiety is exactly that, because everyone is so invested, everyone is so eager to know who's gonna win, and to be honest, I've never quite understood it. I've appreciated it is what it is, but I've never quite understood it, why we put so much weight on election. To be honest, I wish we would put more weight on holding them accountable. Okay, I wish we would put more weight on coming up with pressure groups. You know, I mean, if it is at the constituency level, you know, the real thing that would really put a difference in our lives would be something like estate welfare associations, you know, which come together and put pressure on your MCA. If it's a road, you come together, you lobby your MCA, you lobby your MP to make sure there's a road. If it is the issue of water, for example, if the estates in the area would come up and have a water committee, you get, which every single week is pushing for water. If the youth in the area would organize themselves in a group, in a lobby group, you know, then that would really make the change. But this election, sorry to say, but more often than not, our election process favors the politician, because he gets to come raise the passions of people. Everyone gets. I think it's unfortunate, but we look at our politics the same way we look at our football. Okay, I will
expound on that.
I will support Man United. I can even tell you, who is the latest signee, and I can tell you, hey, my friend, hii season hii kitu tunaichukua, hii kitu tunaichukua, bro, hamtuwezi. And the truth of the matter is, even if Manchester United wins, at least that one is football. You're doing it for your entertainment, and it's happy. You'll be happy if your team wins. You'll be sad if your team wins. But think about it. What do you win? Even if you are the staunchest Manchester United fan, your life does not change one single bit if they win or if they lose. It's a superficial win or loss. So in the same way, as much as we are all anxious and we are all okay, of course there are those who are anxious because they're supporting this person and they really, really want this person to come in. And then there are those who are anxious because they just want this thing to be over with. And they don't know, in case things go this way, there might be violence, there might be all that. But for the staunch supporters, and I don't know, at this point, I know I may be talking, over their heads because many of them may not, I don't know. But at the end of the day, bottom line is, it's okay. We all have a right to support whoever we want to support, however we want to support them. But I wish we would hold them accountable. And I think of all the supporters, one of the people I must say, I'm actually impressed with what he said. I hope he follows. Boniface Mwangi, who has been, who actually joined, he went really out of character to support Martha Karua. He's never really, he ran for president for Starehe constituent MP last time, but he's never outrightly supported, especially a mainstream candidate. Although Martha Karua sort of makes sense for him, based on his brand. But there's something he said when he was on the campaign trail on Martha Karua. He said, go vote for your leaders and hold them accountable. So for me, my only hope and my only prayer to all the supporters, vote for your person, rally for them, but also please hold them accountable. When questions are being asked, also be there to ask questions also. Because this blatant support without accountability, without any type of follow-up, is what leads us to, it's like they say, a leader who is not asked questions does questionable things.
Wow, a leader who doesn't get to be asked questions does questionable things. And that is a great way to bring in Godwin before we can actually allow one more gentleman on set. Let's see, Godwin, good evening to you. How are you doing, sir? Unanisikia? I'm on mute.
Good evening, Eli. I don't know if you can hear me.
Great, I can hear you, sir. How are you?
Doing great. How's your day? How are you, Boniface?
Great.
Bonnie just mentioned something about accountability, and I know there's so much happening, and everybody is trying to get the neck of the other to see if their candidate will be announced as the winner. What do you make of this election so far? Have we been able to elect leaders that are accountable? So far, so good?
So far, so good. We've had many surprises. The seasoned politicians that thought they would come back to office, and unfortunately, politics is a game of numbers, and it's never guaranteed. Many of them have been showed the door outside, and it happens. So it's been a whole season of surprises. So let's see how now the new elected politicians are going to perform. As Bonnie said, we need to hold them accountable. So it's going to be a long 5 years.
You're already spreading doom, my brother. Why are you so pessimistic about what is lying ahead? Is there any candidate you feel shouldn't have made it, in your own opinion?
Not really. As I said yesterday, given the new changes new developments that came along when already most of them are already into the campaign mode and had already mobilized people. So we just want to see if they'll perform to the expectations, given the changes that are in place now, including the scrapping off of CDF. Let's see how they're going to work. Also, we understand the allowances have been done away with, so it's going to be, most probably they might take a lot of time debating on how those things are going to be reinstated. So let's see.
So in other words, you mean the CDF was the only motivational package in all these ideas?
Let me tell you the truth. That's one of the biggest motivation that encourage people to go for parliamentary seats. So with that out of equation, it's really going to change how things are going to happen, and it might change the trajectory on how even now the forthcoming election of 2027 is going to take shape. Because we're a member of parliament without CDF, they are really left with little to do, and that is only legislation and oversight. You understand? So there's really going to be a lot of work to be done, and it might change. As I told you yesterday, many politicians might consider going for member of county assembly because at least they have some allocation. So that's it. Don't be surprised someone leaving a member of parliamentary seat going to vie for an MCA back in the village.
Well. This is just but one of those nights I get to hear different opinions. And Godwin, I must say I am impressed on your, on your way of looking at it. Meantime, I see our guest is ready for us, but I bring him in a few. For now, I stay with you, Bonnie, in your final remarks before we can allow some coaching to happen on this set so that you can understand where all your stress has to go. Especially if you're leading a company or a business, you need to sit down and listen in. So, Bonnie, what are your expectations? Because my guest that I'm bringing in is called Mr. Amar Vidyarthi, okay? And he is an executive search professional, a coach, advisor, and a strategist. So I'm wondering, with all this package, what can we expect from this, Mr.? What are your expectations?
Oh, well, he can give us a good background about maybe how are the business people looking at it, the corporates and business leaders. How are they looking at this? You know, too many times in the political conversation, we tend to think politicians are the only leaders, but there are very many leaders out there. I mean, there are religious leaders. There are opinion leaders, celebrities, as I was saying, but also it's good for us to hear from our corporate leaders. What's their perspective? How is business being affected? Of course, the economy always takes a big hit just before the election, and it takes a few months to recover. Chances are third and fourth quarter of this year is gonna be recovered. So I think for me, I'd be interested to know from him how are the business leaders taking this, and how are they preparing themselves to
Bonnie,
sort of.
let's just cross a little bit to the Bomas of Kenya. I see something happening there. Let's just have a quick look.
Okay.
I see some interesting pictures coming in, and quite some scuffle there. We've deliberately muted that clip so for other reasons, and therefore, wow, this looks heated. And when I talk about stress and stress levels, I think, Bonnie, you can agree with me, this doesn't look like a normal argument happening here.
These guys must be, I mean, think about it. These guys are under immense stress. Maybe some of them haven't slept in 4 or 5 days, and they have to keep vigil. Literally, what they've been working on probably for the last 5-10 years is on the line. So their life is literally on the line. And you know how much people invest in politics. I mean, remember like the MCA who was saying how he's been saving, I don't know for how long.
Yes.
Just to run for an MC. So you can imagine some of this. I mean, I can see some of our very, very prominent leaders there. I can see Joe there. And I can see other prominent leaders. Of course, these are guys probably they have been sitting in meetings for many, many years, planning this election, and now it's down to the wire. So obviously they are under a lot of pressure. And also, of course, they have a lot of responsibilities because there are a lot of people who follow them. People who are looking to them to set the cue, to set the pace, and so there's a lot at stake here.
You say there's a lot at stake here, and we will actually be getting a full report later on as this broadcast continues. For now, I want to allow our guest to come in, Mr. Amar, and I'd like for him to help us understand how journalists are coping up, professional journalists, to talk about how to handle the stress of covering this election, and if organization actually should consider helping their journalists recover from the top level, how these organizations, especially let's say you're working for a local station there at home, and you've been sent to the field, you're experiencing this, a minute after that you're called to go and cover some violence that is happening because of elections. These are some of the things that I would like for him to speak about. And ladies and gentlemen, let's just welcome in Mr. Amar. Good evening, Amar, and how are you?
Good evening. I'm very well, thank you. And thank you so much for allowing me to join your broadcast today.
Thank you. We are more than privileged to have you, sir. And kindly, for those who do not know you, you have the honors to introduce yourself.
Sure, happy to do so. My name is Amar Vidyarthi. I'm an executive coach, which means that if you think about sports coaching, sportsmen and women have someone who works with them to allow them to achieve their full potential. And that's what I do with business.
Amar, are you there? I believe we lost that signal, but
Gee.
we're going to come back to him in a moment. Let's also introduce one more guest into this conversation. We have Shalini. She's back once again. Shalini, good evening.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Eli. Hi, Bonnie. How are you both?
Hi.
How are you, Shalini?
Are you as stressed as those people at Bomas? They looked very stressed.
I mean, we shouldn't be laughing, but look so.
You are the mental health commentator here. Me, I'll just report there was a scuffle, but maybe you can tell us how stressed do they look?
Yeah, they look, it's like a pressure cooker. Okay, think of a pressure cooker. That's what Bomas is at the moment. And you are in this pressure cooker all the time for 24/7 for the last few days. People haven't slept. They haven't gone home. They've probably not eaten well. And they're in this kind of bubble. And it's pressured. They're under scrutiny. The whole nation is watching them. All the journalists are watching them, not just us here in Kenya. People abroad are watching them. BBC is watching them. Everybody's watching them. And so, of course, they're going to feel pressure. And I feel like we need some clarity, and we need to take a step back and just give them time. And I think this is the problem with Kenyans. We're so impatient. We want to know the result today. Guys, we only voted on Tuesday. They have until Tuesday to tell us what the results are. Today is what? Friday. They still have 3 days. But how many of us have been saying, why are the results not out yet? Why do we not know who our president is? Like, you're laughing. You're both there, huh?
You know what? We want to know how we're going to spend our weekend. It's either tunapiga sherehe the Kenyan way, or we are listening to some executive, resolutions being made by the government of the day. But let's go and see if Amar is with us. Amar, once again, good evening.
Good evening, and apologies for that. I was having some technical issues.
It happens. It happens. That's why I love live views.
You have to roll with the punches.
Exactly. So again, take it over. Amar, kindly introduce yourself. I wouldn't give Shalini much time. She was here last night. So people are already knowing this beautiful face. So to you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Amar Vidyarthi. I'm an executive coach, a strategist and advisor. I've worked in business for 20 years across the UK, Kenya, and the Middle East. And what I do in my executive coaching is working with business people to help them achieve their full potential. Similarly to how a sports coach works with sportsmen and sportswomen, sports people, to make sure that they can take their talent to as far as they can get it. That's what I do with business people. I've been doing this now for about a year. Formally, I've been doing it before that informally, and have been coached myself. So I've seen the power of what this tool can have in terms of a person's life and a person's career. And I'm excited to see how I can help people going forward.
Thank you so much, Amar. We're going to cross over to the Bombers for a second. Let's see what the highlights are.
We will announce the results before the 7th day. So we urge the people in the inner circle to be diligent, but very fast. We are here 24 hours, and we are not leaving this place until we clear the returning officers. Already, we have 290 constituency returning officers that have reported at Bomas. But so far, we have not even cleared a half of them. So as a commission, we urge that the people on the table to hasten all the activities that we are doing so that all of them can be cleared by tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Well. When Shalini talks about stress, nobody understands stress more than those people. Again, you want to do a quick one before we can come back to Amar? Shalini, you heard what she
Yeah,
said?
I think it's interesting. She said, right, that they will report back by the 7th day. So she's asking for time, but she's also saying we need to be fast, but diligent as well. So I think it's finding that balance between accuracy, because this is something that affects every single Kenyan for the next 5 years, but also to give them the time. That's why they have 7 days. But you can see the stress on everybody's faces. And I think also they're in that situation. They don't even realize just how stressed they are. I think Bonnie and I will be talking about this a little bit later, that when you're in the situation, you don't even realize. You're just on this treadmill, they're all on adrenaline. And so that's what they're on at the moment. And the stress is building up and occasionally something sparks. So it was very interesting to see what happened like 5 minutes ago. I think that was her kind of trying to dissipate the situation a little bit. They have 7 days. Let's give them 7 days.
Okay, I think IBC will be hiring you next year when we prepare for the 2020, the other year kind of election. Mr. Amar, back to you, sir. And we want to understand, as a journalist, because you work with the media people too, journalists in this election period, what are they dealing with? What is their reality that probably the bosses, the executives do not understand?
It's a very stressful job being a journalist, particularly at a time like this. You may not be aware, I actually sit on the board of a couple of the Radio Africa Group entities. So I'm very familiar with the journalism world. I worked at Radio Africa back in 2003 to 2005, and again in 2006 to 2008. So I was actually on the ground in the Radio Africa offices in 2007, 2008, when that election went wrong. And we had a lot of stress in the office then. And I think back to those times. And really what you have is journalists in this very tough position because they are coming under pressure from all areas. They're under pressure, let's be honest, from the politicians who are wanting them to report in a certain way. They're coming under pressure from their bosses, from the editors who are pushing them to report perhaps in a certain way. And then also they're coming under pressure from the readers. So they have quite a lot of balancing to do. I think there's also, that balance between wanting to give people information now, but as Shalini pointed out in the context of IEBC, being able to fulfill your journalistic duty of being objective and being true to the information. And the reality in the Kenyan electoral system is that we have the forms 34A, which are the individual polling station results, which, let's give credit where credit is due. The IEBC have done a fantastic job of getting those digitally scanned, uploaded to the internet, and available for all of us to see. But we do have this legal process where they now have to physically check and verify those digital scans against the physical copies. And it's a big job. It's not a small job. And that's what will then create the 34Bs that we all add up and we get our totals. So journalists are under a lot of pressure right now. And I think it's important for us to also understand that we're not the only ones feeling the strain.
Okay, I see Shalini wants to pick it up. So guys, let's do an open mic session. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to say also media houses are, this is Kenya, and media houses are under pressure from politicians as well. Let's be honest, right? So I think it's also the big wigs in the media houses, the actual journalists on the ground. There's a lot going on in that media world that perhaps the local public will not understand, right? They will switch on a TV station or a radio station and they are listening to the news and listening to the numbers, but they're not seeing what's happening behind the scenes, that perhaps one person has said stop the counting, or we've heard from this politician or whatever, because this is Kenya, right? So I think that's what we need to be really aware of, that there's a lot more than what you see on TV or hear on radio or read in the newspapers. There's a lot more to it. And I think, Bonnie, you'll attest to this, that the journalists often, they're doing their job and they might be told stop because, or stop reporting that, or stop saying that. So that's an added pressure. I think also, just like I said, in BOMAs, they're going on adrenaline. Journalists love this time, especially those journalists who are news journalists. I'm not talking about feature journalists like me, but news journalists. They love this adrenaline. They love this excitement. They're like, okay, now what's happening? And I think they feed off it. It's like a adrenaline junkie. You know, those ones who jump out of a plane or jump off a bungee. That's what they're doing for the last 3, 4, 5 days. So unless it's sensational, unless it's got that adrenaline, it's not that much fun. Let's be honest, right? Bonnie, you're one of those people. You love the adrenaline.
Yes, I mean,
which then causes a lot of stress, because I'll tell you a little bit about adrenaline in a bit, but it's true, right, Bonnie? You're one of those people.
yes, I need to sign up for some wellness classes from you so that I can get off my adrenaline, addiction. But it's true, especially my colleagues who are in the news desk, as Shalini is saying. I mean, I know photojournalists who, when they hear gunshots, they literally pick up a bag and walk towards those gunshots. And my instinct, of course, is to run away, and especially I remember even during the last election cycle, this time we didn't have a lot of mandamanos and things like that. That time when they were mandamano, they'll be so excited. It's like, hey, wala, kesho kuna mandamano, and so there is that sort of, I don't know whether to call it adrenaline addiction, that the job obviously needs it to be on a certain level of adrenaline, because obviously you can't deliver if you are not, because it requires you to deliver on a very high level, and so many things, so many moving parts happening at the same time, multitasking. Even if you're a man, you have to multitask, So there is that addiction, and I think, as Shalini is saying, it's very, very true. Many of us don't even know. To be honest, until I came across Shalini's content, I didn't even think it was an issue. For me, I'm like, yeah, it's an election. That's what it is. I think I normalized it on some level, but when I started interacting with it and thinking about it and then looking at it, I'm like, yeah, this thing is actually a disorder. It's actually not okay.
Great. And let me come back to the coach, Amar. Coach, again, I'll take you back to the newsroom. You work with these people. You know how they function. Do you think there are a lot of media houses back at home that have actually made efforts to create a sort of healing or recreation, in terms of you are able to decompress from these feelings of probably tension, anxiety, because you have to deliver? Do we have a lot of media houses doing that back at home to help their journalists?
So from my knowledge, we do not. And I don't think we have a lot of companies, full stop, who are doing enough to deal with the issues of mental health in the workplace. As Shalini will tell you, mental health still carries a really strong stigma in our society today here in Kenya. And it's only in the last couple of years, really, as we've seen these issues rise due to the COVID pandemic, that people have become more open talking around mental health issues. However, in the workplace, it's not something that is still openly discussed. People still feel that they can't talk about it. This is why we see high rates of people taking their own life. We see high rates of depression. We see high rates of absenteeism because of illness. And really, it's something that all businesses, not just the media houses, have to address, the issues of stress and anxiety amongst the workplace. I do want to point out one other thing, though. We're all just people trying to do our jobs, right? Even journalists. I know Kenyans, we love a conspiracy theory. We love to think that something is happening. Someone's got an ulterior motive. At the end of the day, people are just trying to do their jobs. Even the officials at IEBC are trying to do their jobs. And we don't necessarily understand the pressures that people are under. Some we may even imagine that they're under pressures that they're not under, and we don't understand pressures that they are actually under. I'll tell you a story. When I was working in the media in 2007, 2008, during the post-election violence, there were stories coming into the newsroom, and we had to take a judged view, a really considered view of, are we going to report this? Because if we put this story out there, yes, it's news, yes, it's real, yes, it's happened. But if we put it out there, people are going to react in a certain way, and that's going to have consequences. So if we say such and such community has attacked members of such and such community in this area, then you risk retaliation. So we were having to take really high pressure decisions at that time to ensure that we're trying to maintain our professional integrity and the duty that journalists have to the public. That is what's happening now, I'm sure. And many of Bonnie's colleagues who are in the news sphere who are feeling that pressure today. I know many people who are in that sphere today, both locally and internationally, covering this election. They are feeling that pressure, and more than anything, they're feeling that responsibility to do the right thing. And I think that's really important to remember.
Thank you, Amar. And again, when do we separate right and moral? It's the right thing to do, but is it morally okay to, splash all those papers there? Shalini?
It's a difficult question. Sorry, I'll jump in, but it's a very difficult question, and I think we all have to take our own stand on that, right? So every day we are faced with decisions where we have to decide between options that have pros and cons. We might consider something the right thing to do. Is it the moral thing to do? Is it the professional thing to do? Or is it the legal thing to do? And there are many situations that exist where you have to look at that. I know this is not the forum for it, but a doctor who has a lady who's pregnant and has issues with the pregnancy, who comes asking for an abortion now, even in the US, now has to face a moral decision between what's legal and what's morally right, and what's perhaps from a religious standpoint right, depending where you sit in that debate. So these are not easy answers, is what I would say.
But the media does have a responsibility to put out because just one sensationalist article or news broadcast can cause violence in Kenya. We know that. So I think the media do have a lot of responsibility. But I wanted to, there's so much to talk about that itself, and media ethics and media boundaries in this country, and just the journalism in this country, how we go about just having accountability, I think. But I wanted to go back to a couple of things that Bonnie said. One was about the adrenaline addiction, which I believe it is an addiction, and multitasking. Those two things alone are enough to cause a lot of stress. So when Bonnie's news friends say, I'm not under stress, this is just normal, they're normalizing it. Actually, they are under a lot of stress because their bodies are physically under stress, which is causing mental stress. And the reason for that is our baseline adrenaline is down here. And what would have happened in ancient times is our ancestors would have been sitting by around a campfire. They would have gone to hunt, perhaps, and they would have come across a lion, in front of a lion, and their adrenaline would have gone up because that helps them survive. It's flight, fight, flight, or freeze, right? And the adrenaline helps them to fight or to flight. So they would see the lion, the adrenaline would go up, and they would probably run back to the campfire and they'd be safe. And then when they got back to the campfire, their adrenaline went down. So levels of adrenaline, cortisol in their bodies went back down to a base level. What's happening with journalists at the moment is their adrenaline is up all the time. They never go back down to base level. And that means they're at a heightened level of sensitivity all the time. Our bodies and our minds are not built for that. We're only built for very short times of adrenaline. But also, we as just normal people in the world, not even journalists, are constantly adrenaline rushes through social media. I hear the ping of an email or a message coming in, my adrenaline jumps. Who is it? I'm excited to hear, or I'm scared to hear, or is it work? So generally our species, our human species, our adrenaline is like this all the time, instead of up and then down and then base level rest. Also, multitasking means that we're asking our brain that should only do one thing at a time. And this is why men are so good at doing one thing at a time. And women, I always say women do 5 things, and they do 5 things badly. Because you do one thing 100%. I know I'm going to be vilified by all the women, but it's true. You do one thing 100%, you do 2 things at 20% less efficiency. You do 3 things at 40% less efficiency. By the time you're doing 5 things, you're really not doing them very well. So that is causing stress on your brain. Your brain should only be doing one thing at a time. I mean, it does everything else physiologically, automatically fine, but your one task should be. So when the journalists are multitasking with high adrenaline, they're causing stress in their body. Their mind and their body are interlinked. It's causing stress between the two. This stress will manifest. It will manifest in possibly dis-ease, heart issues, diabetes, even cancers. So, and mental health issues, as Amar said, depression, suicide, all gone through the roof. So, yeah, we must not take this lightly. We really must. I'm very passionate about it because since I've come to Kenya, I know people who've taken their lives. I know I recently interviewed a 20-year-old university from Strathmore University student from Strathmore University. And he said that last year alone, he lost 6 friends to suicide. 6 people from Strathmore University in their 20s who've lost their lives. I'm hearing it at the University of Nairobi. I'm hearing it across the board. So our youth are in crisis. Our young people are in crisis. Mental health is the pandemic. I believe it. So I think our journalists, our media needs to start taking it more seriously, and our corporates need to start taking it more seriously. I really feel that very strongly.
That is very profound, Shalini. I mean, 6 friends in 1 year. It's deep. But also that tells you that the same issue the newsroom has to face. Boniface, one question for the coach who is here with us.
Hi, Amar.
Hi, Bonnie. How are you?
I think for me, I would also want to know, how are the business leaders? I mean, you are an executive coach. These are people whom you help to perform at their ultimate best. One, what kind of conversations have you been having with them as they prepare for the election? Of course, we know the economy always tanks around the time of the elections. This time, COVID, we were literally just coming out of COVID and then getting into elections. What kind of conversations have you had with them before, and how are they looking at recovering in the final 2 quarters?
It's a very good question, Bonnie. When you talk to someone and they remember COVID as the good old days, there's some really real problems going on. And I've been speaking to some business leaders recently who remember those times of COVID, 2021, late stages of 2020, as the good old days, because businesses adapted. When COVID came, it was really difficult. It was a sharp, short shock. But many businesses started to rebound. They found coping mechanisms. Some of those were difficult, and difficult decisions had to be made in terms of, for example, cutting costs, laying people off. And that creates its own stress for business leaders who are having to take those decisions, knowing the number of lives they're impacting. And many businesses had to close down. But just when we thought things were starting to get better, then the election comes in. And what I've seen is, with it's a combined effect, right? It's compounded. It's not just what's happening in Kenya. It's what's happening globally with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the impact that's had in terms of inflation across the world for food and basic commodities. It's the rising inflation that has led to higher interest rates. It's the devaluation of the Kenya shilling that has made it difficult for companies who have to import goods and import raw materials for the production of goods at now what is much higher cost than they had previously planned for. So all of these things are coming together in addition to the elections and the uncertainty around election, and really causing a tough time for the business community. We're hoping that this election goes smoothly, that we have a peaceful transition of power, that whoever wins this election wins gracefully, and whoever loses gracefully, to allow the country to now move forward and recover. And we really hope that we will then see that recovery, because Kenya needs it. There are a lot of people out there who are suffering right now. I tend to talk to people who are the owners of the businesses. They are suffering. And the people who work for them are suffering perhaps even more, because they feel that pinch even more. They have less of a less of a buffer. We really need things to get back to normal.
Maybe a follow-up. Of course, right now we're looking at, we're waiting for the elections to be announced. In case there is a runoff, we could be looking at another 2 months before the runoff. In case there is a court case, they'll have 7 days to file, another 14 days to hear that court case, so that's about a month. And in case there's a ruling like the one which happened in 2017, we could be looking at another election in maybe October. What kind of impact do you feel that would have on businesses?
It will have a very negative impact, Bonnie. What we see already, as I said, is businesses are feeling the strain, because you pointed out earlier that when election time comes, everything in Kenya slows down. And it slows down because we have this history of turbulent elections and turbulent post-election periods. And so people start to get a little bit worried. They start to reduce their spending. They start to stock up and save up for these uncertain times. Those who can go out, for example, and panic shop, and we've seen some of that happening, where people have been buying goods to make sure that they're okay. And others will just reduce their spending to make sure that if they can't get to work, they've got some cash that they can fall back on, for example. And remember, people are already stretched because of what has happened in the 2-year period leading up to this. So what we are seeing is a lot of companies who are putting off investment, putting off growth investment, putting off investment into people, putting off hiring until they have a clearer picture of what's going on. Another 2 or 3 months of uncertainty, if we do go into a runoff situation, is just going to make more of the same and make it even more difficult for companies to get back to normal.
Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, Eli, you're on.
Oh my, you guys are sharp. Thank you. It happens a lot when you think you have everything in control, only to notice, no, it doesn't happen that way. So I have one final question for you, Amar, before I can actually let you, so that we allow other panelists to come in. My question is about the top level management. What is your general feeling once you've been interacted with them? How are they looking at these elections? Do they feel like their journalists have everything covered, or they need to give extra support to them?
So I think there's a realization, you're talking about the media houses specifically.
The media houses,
I'm
yes.
assuming here. So it's a conversation that I need to have with some of the people that I know at the top end of media. I think right now, even the bosses themselves are feeling that strain. As I said, the stresses when you look at it, and when you look at the challenges businesses are facing, whether we're looking at media houses or whether we're looking at businesses in other sectors, it's from bottom to top. And right now, based on my previous experience of the media world, even the CEOs are getting phone calls nonstop, right? From all of the various people who want to try and understand what's going on, who want their comments, who want their support, whatever it is. So they themselves are now in that level of high adrenaline that Shalini is talking about. And when you're in that level of high adrenaline, it is that fight or flight. And right now, I think people are fighting. I think journalists are fighting to get their work done, to get the message out, to get their, to meet their deadlines, to provide the information that the public is looking for. The conversations around support structures for journalists, I think, will happen after. I hope they happen after. They certainly should. And there are many of us who are working towards getting corporate organizations in the media sector and also in other sectors to recognize the importance of having these conversations around mental health, and to recognize the importance of investing in support structures for mental health. And I hope we will see more of that in the media sphere also.
Definitely, we want to see more of that. And a final question to all of us, so that you can have a minute of responding. We have been handling this session we call the President We Want. Elections have been carried out. The counting is ongoing. Shalini, what kind of president do you want, and what do you expect from your government?
So I would like a government who really does take mental health seriously. Obviously, a lot of other things seriously, but for me, being a mental health commentator and a social commentator, mental health is my passion. If you look at this government, they've done all the nice things, like they had a mental health task force. It was a beautifully written report. I'd like to really see what's happened with that. And I want to ask you guys a question. We all have a health budget in Kenya, right? How much of that health budget in shillings do you think is allocated per person in this country? So how many shillings per person per year do you think the government allocates to each person in shillings? Bonnie, what do you think?
I don't know. I have a cheat sheet because I did that good, so maybe not that.
Okay,
Is
so
it
you know.
200?
Eli, do you know? I know Amar knows. Does Eli know? Oh, you're on mute again, Eli.
This shouldn't be happening, right? It's a click button away. But anyway, I would be lying if I know how much it is, but I'm more than ready to learn from you guys. And I know Shalini
Take a
is
guess. You guys
something.
are obviously not gamblers, huh? Which is not a bad thing.
Okay, let's just assume did you say how much per day or per year?
But yeah.
In their budget, probably 2,000 shillings. Because they have been
Amar,
very
do you know
mean
the
with their
answer to
health.
this? I think I've ranted about it enough.
I don't remember. I'll leave it to you to tell.
Okay. 15 shillings. 15 shillings. Okay, see,
Per
you're
year.
laughing. Per
That's
year, per
Per
person
person. No way.
is their budget.
Okay, can you break this down so that we understand exactly what is this 50 shillings?
So,
15 shillings supposed to cover?
So the government has budgets for everything, right? They have budgets for education, they have budgets for roads, they have budgets for health. I can't remember what their physical health, what their health budget is. But when they look at the health budget, they break it up into physical health, mental health. And they say, okay, now per person, we're going to give this many shillings we're going to budget to help our nation through mental health issues. So I feel like they budgeted everything and they were like, okay, how much is left? Let's just divide it by our 56 million. Okay, we've got 15 shillings per person. And that kind of gives us mental health people on the grassroots level. So perhaps some mental health practitioners who are paid by government, who are very few, perhaps mental health in Mathari, for example, but it's 15 shillings per person. I think it's 0.01% of the health budget in all. I mean, it's ludicrous. Don't bother. And I don't think you can buy bubble gum for that. So why bother? So I feel that the government needs to do three things. They need to make sure that the task force, the forthcoming government, needs to make sure that whatever task force they've put in place, this past government, they need to action it or put in their own and make sure it's actioned. Don't just give us nice reports. Allocate more money to mental health. You have to have parity of esteem. Mental health, physical health have to be equal. And finally, they need to repeal the law that says attempted suicide is a criminal offense. This government has been trying to do it. Dr. Jenga from Chiroma Hospital said that it would be done by the 9th of August this year. It has not been repealed. You cannot treat people who try to take their lives as criminals. You can't throw them into jail. You have to take them to the hospital. That's where they should be. So those are the three things I want to see this government really take mental health seriously.
Wow, profound again, I will say that. 15 shillings. That is subject to a lot of news articles, Boniface. I hope you'll be looking into that. Boniface, what kind of president do you want? What kind of government are you looking forward to? Because there seems to be a lot that needs to be done.
To be honest, for me, I want to flip it. Whichever government we get, whichever president we get, for me, it's the public. I want to see a public that holds their president accountable. Let me put it that way. Whoever it is who wins, I look forward to. So the president that I want is one who is held accountable by his supporters. I don't know if that makes sense. So we need to, as a public, as a nation, as a culture, we need to inculcate putting leaders, questioning our leaders. Because like I said before, and it's been said, a leader who is not questioned does questionable things. And I think that's the one element in our politics that is lacking.
Great. Amar, again, the chief executive officer of this country is going to be sworn in either way, we like it or not, despite all the scuffles that are happening at Bomas. I think you guys saw that earlier on. What kind of president do you want into that office, or what kind of government do you expect to take lead?
So one of the things that business leaders across the world are talking about a lot now is the concept of servant leadership. And when I think about politics and government and politicians, all elected officials are public servants. They are there to serve us. So whoever the president that is elected in I hope there's a peaceful transition of power to that person who is the rightfully and duly elected president of this nation, and that person, whoever it is, recognizes that they are there as a public servant. They're there to serve the people of Kenya, to do the right thing by us, not by their cronies, not by their families, not by their tribes, not to line their own pockets and get a return on investment on the millions of shillings that they may have spent trying to get elected in the first place. And they're really there to serve us as a people. And if we get that, I think I'll be a happy person.
Let's just, all of us are going to be happy, because this is a tough journey to take. But thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming on set. And of course, I see you, Shalini, for coming once again. Later on, we're joining Evelyn and OPRRAH LILYAN, who will be talking to us more and more about the election stress disorders. For now, I'm going to say asante sana to you, Amar, for coming on set. And how can these people find you online? Are you an online person?
I'm not very strong on social media, but you can check out my LinkedIn profile, Amardeep Vidyarthi, and connect with me there. We also have the Coaching Couple Africa on LinkedIn and on Instagram, so you can connect with me there also.
You want me to give my
yes,
handles
Shalini,
as well?
kindly.
Yeah, so I was just like, why am I not? So you can join me on @JustJoom, JUSTJHOOM. I do all of my mental health and social commentary there. I'm also on Capital FM on Tuesday evenings with my podcast, Mindfulness, Music and More, which is a well-being podcast. And I also work with Amar on the Coaching Couple Africa on Instagram and LinkedIn. So many ways that you can get hold of us.
Bonnie?
Yes, so for me, find me on Bonnie_Nyaga. I also write and commented on the Daily Nation on various entertainment and lifestyle stories. I also comment on African entertainment on 3FM on Sundays. The show airs around 6:37 Kenyan time.
Thank you so much for coming once again. And for now, we will be waiting to hear what the IEBC still has to announce. Again, a lot of pictures that are coming through, and we're seeing now the police trying to be busy. People look a bit stressed. I will be referring them to Amar and Shalini to have some conversation on how to manage these stress levels, because clearly there seem to be a lot of stuff happening there. So as you keep watch on those are live pictures coming from the Bomas of Kenya, where the general election, counting for the presidential ballots are happening. And we are hoping soon, and not very soon, like Shalini said on Tuesday or so, we will be having the results, because Kenyans are tired of waiting. We wait for our salaries and we decide to Fuliza. Now, are we going to Fuliza the next president? No way. We can't wait to have you here. Meanwhile, we have a lot of programs that happen here on Art in Heart. And as we take this break to bring on the next guest, I want you guys to take a listen and find out what more we do here.
Thanks, Eli.
Maisha ilikuwa ngumu hasa kwangu, sababu nikiangalia mama anatumana nguo kutoka Taveta. Zikiletwa, baba anangoja huyo mama ameenda, wanazimwaga, wanazikagua. Mama wa kambo analeta mafuta, zinamwagiliwa, zinachomwa. Jioni tukikuja naambia nenda ufuate ng'ombe, nikizifuata napata ng'ombe imekufa, sinapeleka zingine. Nikimwambia baba, ng'ombe nimepata imekufa. Okay, ataenda ang'ane, waichukue, waone venye wataichukua, ama nitachapwa kwanza, nichapwe, nichukuliwe miguu, nifungwe mahali kama hapo, kichwa inaangalia chini. Nitalala the whole night hapo tu. Ule mama akakufa. Babangu kukuja kuambiwa, akasema mimi, huyo mama alimwambia kuwa hatumtaki mazuri, mimi napewa dawa za kienyeji nikuje kummaliza nazo. Ikawa vita.
Sasa nani anakupatia dawa za kienyeji?
Eti mamangu tumana. Mimi nimejionea mambo mingi sana, mingi. Hata nikijaribu hiki sipati, nikijaribu hiki sipati. Na babangu na mamangu, nikipata pesa najaribu kichama, ingawa saizi na chama yote juu maisha imekuwa ngumu, hakuna kazi, hakuna pesa. Nilikuwa napata pesa hata kama ni 10k, nazigawa huyu 5 ili sitaki aniachie watoto wangu lana. Nataka gani fungwe na mwambie dadi, sina chuki na wewe, ile nilipita na wewe ni mimi. Nikapata shangazi ni mgonjwa, akaniambia hiyo uchungu uko nayo siku moja itakuja kukumaliza, uachane na hiyo machungu uko nayo.
And again, welcome back to the broadcast. We said we are going until we hear the new announcement coming from IBC. We stay at a close look at what is happening there at the Bomas. You can see that split screen coming on your screen there. Not so much activity except some stress levels and people walking up and down. I believe they're trying to get the forms checked and cleared so that we can have a final announcement. Earlier on, we had some people walking in and trying to exchange words that looked as though what Shalini was explaining to me earlier on. You know, Shalini said she's going to stay so that we can engage in this conversation. And thank you so much, Shalini, for being here. Again, any quick response to what is happening at the Bomas? Are we going crazy?
Yeah, you know what? I'd love to be there right now.
Yeah. The adrenaline is calling you?
The adrenaline is calling me, but actually I would just sit and observe all these really stressed out people, and I would like be telling people, just breathe, just breathe, because there's only so much you can do in any given minute, right? Mm-hmm. And there's only just so much they can do. And I keep saying they still have 4 days. Let's give them those, or 3 days. So yeah, I think it would be a very interesting place to be, and I think that's why journalists love that. It's exciting. It's exciting. Mm-hmm. It's adrenaline. But yeah, that's those stress levels are through the roof.
Again, we have tonight Evelyn Jerry. Evelyn is joining us, I believe, from Nairobi, Kenya. Good evening, Evelyn. If you can get your mic on, because apparently people here tend to forget their microphones.
Good. Yeah. Hi, Eli. Hi, Shalini. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Karibu sana. Evelyn, before I actually get to engage you, I'll ask you a question. Given nine being the lowest that you have on your level, and 10, or rather 9, did I say 9? Now I'm getting all confused. Let's start with 1. 1 being, yes, between 1 and 9. How are you doing today? 9 being very stressed out, and 1 being, well, you can manage.
I think I'm a 6 today.
Wow, we need to have this conversation.
I like how she was thinking about it, because Evelyn's done meditation with me, so she knows how to keep her stress levels down.
So it's the TV you've been watching, Evelyn, probably?
No, apparently today I didn't watch any news, and I guess if I was watching anything today, I will be a 9 right now.
Wow, okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Great. A good way to start off. Shalini, we need to have this session more often. I am trying to get one of our psychologists on set. Unfortunately, their cameras are not connected on, so including Florence. Florence, if you can have your camera on, then we bring you back. But meanwhile, we're still here with Bonnie. Bonnie, let's see how much stress you're dealing with today. From 1 to 9, where would you place yourself?
Right now, my stress is the camera. I'm trying to reposition my camera here.
Do you want us to give you time to deal with your stress?
Well, you see, this is journalism 101. We are taught how to make things work and to on the go. The news has to be told. So okay, I would say I'm at a 6.
Wow.
I would say I am at 6, and it's because I have I've been listening to Shalini's podcast. I've been trying to learn from what they've been doing. Wonderful Instagram lives actually every single week.
Yeah.
Where they've been sensitizing guys about this and talking about coping mechanisms. So I've learned, like today, because I didn't have a lot of reports to do. I slept in last night after I finished with my reports. I switched off, watched a lot of movies. I've been watching this series called Richer. So that so that,
are you trying to get rich? Maybe I should check it out before I just laugh here.
Is it called Richer or Rich? No, I think it's Rich. No,
Richer, I think. Richer.
It's Richer, right? It's
Yeah.
a series. It's this series about this guy who's some macho man walking around. So, so that's what I did. So I switched off, slept, watched movies to sort of just switch off, because I've been in the news cycle. You can imagine as someone who's, because I've been reporting news for local media and also for some regional media houses. And guys have no deadline, zero deadline. Like even right now, I could get a text and they're like, dude, we need you to report in the next 30 minutes or in the next 10 minutes, or you're on a live TV broadcast.
Are you trying to point fingers? Because I feel a bit attacked in that declaration there, Bonnie.
Well, let's just put it this way. You are in good company. So,
okay.
But to be fair, that's how news works, right? And as a journalist, you know that if something happens, you might be sitting there drinking your cup of tea, eating your mandazi, and you have to put everything down and get on screen or whatever. For me, it's like I need 5 minutes to put my lipstick on, brush my hair, and I'm like, I'm ready, and put a scarf around. So. But it's the way the news works. And I think that for this time, but that's what I'm saying about adrenaline. I think journalists know for this time they're going to be on this stress, this kind of wheel of stress. Yeah. But just to talk about election stress disorder, I do worry what happens after. We're on this kind of adrenaline cycle. And if you think about teachers, right? Teachers will, for the whole term, they'll work really hard. And then usually the first week of holidays, they fall sick. It's a known phenomenon. It's because they're also on this kind of adrenaline for the term. And then as soon as the adrenaline stops, they fall ill because their body's immune system drops. So this is what's going to happen to journalists. Either they're going to have to really stop, they'll get ill, or if they don't stop and their body doesn't stop them, they'll burn out. And we know journalists burn out a lot because of this stress that they're under, and that's what burnout is basically in any industry. So I do worry that after this election period, that and we're all on adrenaline as well. As Evelyn said, she's not watched the news today because she knows that rises her stress. So you're doing the right thing, Evelyn.
Well, at least you have some good report from your your mental advocate partner. I would say I am in between 6 to. I mean, I'm not doing that bad. I'm at 6, and probably because for the past 2 weeks, I think it's one of the few weeks I've traveled a lot. I was in Nairobi for 2 days. I traveled overnight. I was there for 2 days. Traveled back to Belgium. And on arrival, I had to travel to on a Tuesday, on Monday evening after work. I had to travel to Germany, which was about 9 hours, thanks to the traffic that happens when they are doing construction. There's always a road under construction in Germany. So
it sounds like Nairobi. I mean, are you sure
Well-
you're not in Nairobi?
I'm thinking, did I miss the expressway by any chance, or is still being commissioned here? But yeah, with all that, and then trying to have the shows running, following up, having a signal from the bombers is not that easy. And sometimes the network is out and everybody's calling you. You have to fix things on phone. So yes, this stress kind of work around. But I will say I am not at my worst. So let's have this conversation. When we talk about the election stress disorders, a lot of people will only think about the losers. But before I can actually continue with this, I see one correspondent joining us from the US, Maurice Ndole. Good evening, Maurice. How is your stress handling you?
Good morning. Actually, what is it? It's good morning.
I have to always remember that. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, it's good. I'm doing well. Obviously, a little bit anxious with what's going on with the Kenyan elections right now. So, yeah, just trying to handle it as best as we can.
The question we've been asking here to everyone that is on set is, how is your stress level? How will you gauge it? At what level are you? 1 being the lowest and 9 being the highest. Uko wapi, thanks to the elections?
Well, I mean, I'm a campaign professional, so I don't really. My stress level is very well managed. I mean,
did you hear that, guys?
No. Hang on, Maurice. I have to challenge you, because as soon as you were asked the first thing, you said, I'm a little bit anxious. Isn't that what you said? Something like that.
Yeah,
was that your first? So anxiety is stress.
Well, what I'm saying is I am anxious, but I'm managing it.
How are you managing it? I'm curious.
I'm talking to people. I'm seeing other people in worse shape. There are people who are much more.
So that makes you feel better.
Some people are much more invested in this than I am. Well, I mean, I was in the Hillary Clinton campaign. Okay, so that was a stressful one. So that was very stressful. And if you experience that, it kind of teaches you how to absorb the shocks better. I mean, it's not that you don't have the stress. It's just that you learn how to cope, and you learn how to let some things go, control what you can control, and the things you cannot control, you just let them be. Yeah.
So I'm curious, Maurice, you covered the Hillary Clinton and Trump elections. I'm curious, was that more stressful than this Ruto-Raila contest? Which was more stressful?
I mean, they are the same. The stakes were very high in the US election. The stakes are very high right now. And the thing I'm saying is I did get a dry run for Ruto Raila from Clinton to Clinton Trump. Okay, so that's the difference. I'm a little bit more seasoned in absorbing the shock.
So what would you say to rookie sorry, here I'm taking over here, Eli, but I'm very curious. Sorry. That's my interviewer coming out.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Shalini, your adrenaline up.
Shalini, you're actually okay, because I sometimes I also want to be on this side of the aisle to get to hear the conversation rather than ask the questions. So we are doing well. You guys are helping out. So let's just do this.
Once an interviewer, always an interviewer, unfortunately. Huh? So Maurice, what are you looking for in this government? I'm curious to know what you're looking for in this next government, and any predictions for us?
Yeah, the next government has to, the key thing that I believe is we have to get our economy going. There's a lot of money coming in within the Kenyan people and the government, and there's a lot of waste happening. So we need to control the waste, and one of the biggest waste that we have identified is corruption, which it constitutes about 750 billion shillings a year. So
Wow.
750 billion a year is quite a big chunk of change. So I believe that the next government has to plug in that hole. And if they plug in that hole, we should be able to afford some other amenities and ride the cost. So that's what I'm primarily looking for the next government to do.
Amazing,
Yeah.
amazing.
And
I'm
Great.
curious, Maurice. May I ask a question?
Yes, Evelyn, go ahead.
You see, like, people tend to say that corruption in Kenya will never go away, especially because either of the candidates who is supposed to get in has been in previous governments, and um, they have participated, or they had the mandate to try and control this thing or this giant called corruption. So I'm curious, how would you advise like the incoming government to deal with corruption?
well, I mean, yeah, corruption is everywhere. Corruption is in America. Corruption, uh, you can never ever eliminate corruption, but you have to put systems in place to control it in a way that it does not affect everything that you're doing. In the Kenyan case, corruption has gotten to the point that if we're not careful, it becomes a matter of national security. If you cannot control how goods are coming in your country, then people can start bringing in substandard food to your country. If you cannot control how people are going to school, I mean, for example, if you want to go to a KMTC, from what I'm told, you have to bribe the principal with 50,000 shillings, and that 50,000 shillings does not even guarantee that you're going to get a place in that school. So in that case, then corruption is just as a way of exploitation. If a vendor, Mama Mboga, is going to lay down her wares on the street to sell so that they can provide food for their family, and then a city council askari comes in and kicks the staff, or grabs the staff and holds them hostage until they give a bribe, then that affects people. So corruption is at every levels. What the new government has to do is they have to safeguard, bring. By the way, it cannot just be the government; it has to be the people. The people have to come out and say, "This is what we want to do. This is how we want to change the system, and these are our desires as a country. That we want something that is streamlined." So the new government has to facilitate that. They have to find a way of making sure that anybody who's going to be asking for a license, there is a streamlined process for that. I was on another Twitter space with Okia Omtata, and Okia Omtata said the problem with Kenya is how we define corruption. He said the word corruption itself is a euphemism, which does not give people the true picture of just how bad this is. The truth is, corruption is actually theft of public resources, or
Yes.
denying people amenities that they're actually entitled to. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're doing those kind of things, okay, you're undermining yourself, because people are always going to be skeptical about the ability of government or institutions to deliver services. And when people are skeptical about that, they start looking upward to external forces, okay, who are usually people who have succeeded in being corrupt, as their guiding light. And we don't win if that becomes the case. And in my opinion, the case for the contest for this year's election was between who's going to tackle corruption and who's not going to tackle corruption. You are correct in saying that both sides have elements in them, okay, that have been implicated in corruption. Okay. You're also correct in saying that some of them have been the government where corruption festered and nothing happened. Okay. So let's put that aside and say that now we need to look at who has actually articulated a more believable plan, okay, to tackle corruption. Are we going to come in and actually start working on it? Okay. We're not going to solve it in one time. We're not going to solve it in 5 years, but we need to start doing it. We need to start working towards it. Because if we don't do this, we're going to lose young people. And once we lose young people, really, the country is gone. Okay, so that's where we are.
We've already lost young people. How many young people in their 20s voted in this election? I would really like to know those statistics, because I know that from all the interviews I was doing at university level and Evelyn's peer groups and stuff, 20-somethings were not voting. They were not voting.
which is a
It's
shame.
so sad that so sorry about it. It's so sad that you find like since 2017 up to today, we have like 5 groups of people who turned 18, and the number of people who actually registered to vote are very minimal, and that's like the biggest group of voters right now, the youth, and that's why you find that a lot of people did not vote. And that is so sad because those are the guys that we are looking forward to changing the incoming government and all that. But I have spoken to a lot of them, and most of them are saying that we are struggling even in boardrooms, that we're not being given even a chance to bring in our ideas in this boardroom. Like even let's come down to even workplaces and all that. So people are not young people are not being given a chance to even come up with ideas or bring better ways of doing dealing in this new modern world that we are living in. And guys want to use old methods to deal in a world where we are experts at. And it is really frustrating to find that the same old people who have been there for ages in the government are the same people who want to buy. And any other person who comes with new ideas are being frustrated. I know people who have worked with government. I personally worked for one of a leader. I don't want to mention who he is, but I was frustrated out like 6 months, 6 months out down the line, and I was kicked out because I brought in new ideas. I wanted him to be accountable for public funds and all that. And generally, it is so frustrating when you have good ideas and you are being punished for them, to a point whereby I had to keep quiet, and I ended up not even having like money to pay rent because that was his way of punishing me for holding him accountable. It was just a bad situation, and I had to find a way to survive because I wasn't even given notice. And I remember calling some of my colleagues who've been in the government for a longer period, and they were telling me that it is better to actually not move forward with any kind of complaint or anything because it can get worse than it was. So meaning that it was either I secure my life, I'd rather look for rent and anything else that I needed because they refused to even pay me. And I need you guys to like get this picture. I was an employee of the government. So the government has my document saying that I am, like, so I have the right to even go ask guys, ask questions and all that, because this person wasn't like directly linked to the money that is getting to my account as much as I'm working with him directly. So you find that when I called this the guys in charge of accounting and finance and all that, they told me that this particular guy is one who called and said that I'm no longer working with him. And I was like, I wasn't given any kind of notice. I don't know anything about this. So when I say that, and the only mistake I made was I was trying to I was trying to
Hold
do
him
my job.
accountable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was
Wow.
trying to do my job. I was trying to
And
do my job.
You can,
So
you can see the frustration in you, Evelyn, and I think you're not the only one, right? I can feel it coming
yeah,
across this. But but
I
but
was
Maurice
just
and
trying to do
Bonnie,
my job.
you are journalists in already working, surely, and Eli. What do you say to young people like Evelyn and all these people who are feeling hopeless in Kenya at the moment, right? And didn't vote. What do the three of you who are, and what would I, who has a job, what do we say to these young people, right?
Well, I mean,
Go ahead.
yeah, for me, I still don't, I still haven't figured out the reason why they did not vote. I think I'm puzzled by why somebody would refuse to vote because because they don't believe that there is going to be change. I think the whole thing. Okay, here's the thing: election is about the lesser evil. Election is not about perfection. So you have to look at those candidates in terms of who provides the closest to what I'm looking for. Is it Wajakoya? Is it Maure? Is it Ruto? Is it Raila Odinga and Martha Karua? Okay, so sitting out an election, I've seen that. By the way, it happens in the US as well. People say, "Oh yeah, none of those candidates, they are all the same," and stuff like that. Okay, it is a self-defeatist attitude to have. So I'm thinking, in my opinion, okay, this could be, I could be wrong. In my opinion, I'm thinking there is a lack of civic education. There is a lack of civic education that tells people, why do you need to vote? Why do you need to participate in your democracy? Democracies are messy. Democracies, one time you're gonna, like the US elected Trump, okay? And Trump now has worldwide support, even from people in Kenya. I mean, there was a time I was in a Facebook group, and I was so surprised there were so many Kenyans who were supporting Donald Trump because they liked his brash style and the way he was talking and all those things. So when people are not given, when the government does not deliver services, okay, people start looking for alternatives for leadership. And that is the time when people with questionable background, people come with goodies, okay? People like Sonko, for example. Sonko is well loved by people, but nobody raises questions about where did he get all that money? So we have to start asking ourselves, how do we, what are our values? Okay, what do we want our country to be? Do we want our country to be led just by people with a lot of questionable money, and as long as they give us money to transport our dead home, that's the person we're going to vote for? Or do you want a person who's going to create policies that's going to allow us to make the money so we can fund it ourselves? Do you want to be dependent on that person, or do you want to be independent? So those are the questions that young people have to ask themselves. And I'm in my 40s, so I'm considered like a fossil by young people now.
Me too.
40 years, like, oh, you're 40. So
I feel your pain, Maurice. I feel your pain.
So I think I'm very young, but young people see me as very old. Like,
young people think you're too old. You're a fossil.
I'm a fossil to them. So anyway, so
Eli, how old are you? I'm feeling like the youngest person here.
Oh God, I've been having that question for quite some time. Let's just do it this way. How old do you feel I am, or do you think I am?
We're not playing that game.
Yeah,
I'm ready to open. I mean, I'm ready to answer the question, but I would like to know what she thinks.
I don't know, like you're almost 40.
Wow.
I would have said early. I would say 30.
Okay.
Like 35-ish.
Okay, and
that's not almost 40, by the way, huh? That's mid-30s. For somebody who's nearly 50, I'm still only mid-40s, okay? It's a tricky subject. Maurice, I think I can answer one thing why we didn't get as many young voters.
No, actually, I will answer that question, but go ahead, Shalini.
Yeah, what did you think, Eli?
Well, from my interaction, and this might not be very objective, but this is what I received, okay? I traveled when I was in Nairobi just before the election. I think it was 3 days before the elections. And one thing for sure, I had the older generation saying, we will make sure that these young people get drunk on the election night so that they don't vote.
Wow.
This I had. I wish I could swear, but I can't do that. But that's what these old folk told me. And I asked them, why? Because the young people don't know what they need. That was the answer.
So that the old people will vote for their needs. I mean, that's ludicrous. That's like in the UK when Brexit happened. And Maurice, you'd have covered that, I would imagine. In the UK, when Brexit happened in 2016, it was a very generational thing. The old people voted out and the young generation voted in, and we were voted out by 52 to 48%, because it caused a lot of problems in families, because the old generation thought this is better for us. But that's a nonsense. They were messing it up for the younger generation. What I have been hearing is two things. One, what's the point? Because my vote will not make a difference. And I think that does go to civic education, as you said, Maurice. And the other one was, my vote has already been cast. In other words, they felt that the election was going to be rigged. So it didn't matter what they voted. They felt that the current government was going to support one of the parties. So they just didn't, a lot of them said, I'm just going to take the day off. And I heard it again and again and again.
That is very true. There was a friend of mine who texted me that she talked to her niece who's 27 years old. This person is not young, 27-year-old, and a mother of, I think, 1 or 2. And she said that when she asked the niece if she's going to vote, she said, "Oh, the bots have already voted for me." so vifaranga vya nini vya Twitter the computer. Okay.
Okay.
So the bots have already voted. So the election was not being viewed as credible, and it goes on to show that right now, with the IEBC being incompetent in actually delivering the vote in a timely fashion, that perception is continuing to solidify. So
I think that's unfair, Maurice, because I think the IEBC have done an amazing job with the first set of forms, 34As, right? I mean, within hours they were up there. So I think, and I keep saying, so I said it earlier, they've got 7 days. We're not even giving them 4. Let's give them time.
No, yeah.
Maurice has a different opinion.
My opinion about it is this. My opinion about this is I was there. I was an observer of the IBC. I could not get a media pass for it because the IBC wanted me to sign up with the media communications of Kenya, which I wasn't going to do. So I decided to just become an observer and report from being an observer. Same thing. You're going to be there. You're going to see what's happening. So what's the difference? The IBC people in the polling station were brilliant, smart people. I mean, those people hire right. I mean, the presiding officer in the Los Angeles polling station was just a very smart young lady. And they had like the whole system streamlined. Everything is running very well. They did everything according to plan. They transmitted the Form 34A and all the things they needed to submit it in time. Okay, so they did their job. Okay, so what's the holdup? I mean, yes, you have 7 days. Okay, in Brazil, they get those elections and they announce it within 2.5 hours. The whole thing. I mean, yes, they use electronic voting and stuff. Okay, but we are putting ourselves in the same situation we put ourselves in 2007, where now there's room for people to play games. Okay, there's perception, all that stuff. So this is a perception game. If you are going to create a perception that somebody's out there doing monkey business with the vote, we are losing the credibility of the vote, and young people are validated. They go like, you see, that's what we are talking about. Now
there's so many videos going out right now.
Days ago. Now they have. I mean, if you go to the IBC portal right now, okay, I just refreshed a few minutes before I came on. They are stuck at 99.94% uploading of 34A. Okay, a polling station in IBC, they made those polling stations a maximum of 700 people. They have trained their people. So these people have the same training. I would assume that these people are smart people. If I'm to judge by the presiding officer I saw, these are smart people. Mm-hmm. Why is there a 0.06% from 30A missing? Why is that not there 3 days after the election? Yeah, it's minuscule, but we have to ask ourselves, where does that constitute?
Okay.
But you have to
Eli,
agree. I just want to say one thing, and I'm going to fall off. You have to agree that this has got to be one of the most transparent and open elections with the way 34As have gone up. They've 99% is amazing, as you say. It's actually very good. I get that the 34Bs are a lot slower. The counting is a lot slower, and I agree, it's a perception game. So I do wonder how much the media houses also have to take responsibility for that. Citizen is reporting one thing, KTN another, and not just following what the IEBC are saying. So I do get it's a perception game, but I also feel we have to get it right. And Maurice, would you not agree this has been one of the most transparent to date?
I will
I
allow
mean,
Maurice to
I
answer
mean-
that question. I will allow Maurice to answer that question. So keep it hold. And for now, I want us to remember one thing. We are talking about the elections stress disorder. Everyone is feeling stressed. Actually, Bonnie
That's why we're having
decided,
a stressful- that's why we're having a
Bonnie
stressful
decided we
conversation.
are going to have a session to have some tranquility right here. And that's why we're inviting OPRRAH. OPRRAH, I think it's not from OWN, but this is a different OPRRAH. And she's coming in to help us understand how we can manage this. We have winners, we have losers. But who exactly is the winner and the loser in this? But meanwhile, these are the pictures from the IEBC Tallying Center, that is NTC in the Bomas. And you can see Chebukati is busy trying to consult with his team on what is happening. Shalini, we will have to release you for tonight.
Thank you.
But for now, we thank you so much for coming in. You can say your goodbyes very fast.
Thank you very much, everybody. And Maurice, I look forward to hearing your answer.
Yeah, I was going to answer before you leave.
Okay, you can answer her, please.
Yes, so I agree that IBC has done a good job with transparency. I think in terms of what they have put out together, transparency and all that, 100% kudos. But elections is not about transparency. Election is about delivering results. So you can be as transparent as you can. That becomes a feature. Okay, what we are buying is not the feature. We are buying the benefits. So the benefit is produce the results in a timely fashion so that we believe it. So that there's no anxiety, so that people don't start saying things and propaganda doesn't fester.
It's
And
perception.
and it's not the media house's job to announce the election. IBC has told them that you can tally all you want, but we are the ones to declare winners and losers. So if IBC is not declaring winners and losers in 4 days, they're leaving a vacuum. And that vacuum is going to be...
Maurice, they have 7 days. They have 7 days. Let's give them that time.
It doesn't matter even if they have a month. Okay, 7 days is the worst case scenario. If something happens, okay, you have a maximum of 7 days by law to produce it. But you need to put a concerted effort to do that expeditiously, because this is a matter of public interest. Okay, it's a matter of public interest.
Good point.
Just take your time. Yeah,
it's a good point.
Shalini, as you take backstage, we will
Thank
be
you very
you
much.
know that
Take
this is a matter
care.
of public interest. And
Keep breathing, everybody. Breathe. Keep the anxiety.
And breathe. But we're gonna have some how you call it, some consultancy, free of it. And OPRRAH has been listening. Good evening, OPRRAH. How are you tonight?
Good evening, Eli. I'm good. Can you hear me?
It's great. I can hear you, and I can say we have been so stressed, and that's why I want to welcome one more person here. Florence, good evening to you, Florence.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can we get a glass of water, or should we get just some yoga mats before we begin this session?
Oh, wow. Sambaza.
Yes, yoga mats.
Yes.
Okay, so kindly let's start with you, Evelyn. Sorry, that is OPRRAH. If you can introduce yourself, please.
Okay, as my name is on board, let me just correct you a bit, Eli. I'm not OPRRAH, but I'm ORPA LILYAN APOLA, and I'm a counselor psychologist.
Maurice, really, you didn't see that? And you have 4 glasses on? I mean, you have 4 eyes on?
No, I saw it. I saw ORPA, so I thought maybe you spelled it wrong. And then now she's saying, now I know that you pronounced it wrong.
No. Okay, yeah. My pronunciation.
Don't worry, I get that a lot.
Okay, great. So yes, OPRRAH, what do you do?
I counsel young people, adults. I do consultancy, trainings. Yes.
Great. And you will be helping us tonight because we need some counseling. Let's see what Florence has to tell us. Good evening, Florence, and how are you this evening?
Good evening, Eli, and I'm very well this evening and happy to be here.
Thank you so much. I know you've been waiting backstage for quite some time, but let's just start this here. I think Maurice needs some therapy session. This election, people are
Did he
stressed.
say so?
No. He said when he came in, it's busy, and you know when a man tells you it's busy, he's anxious.
You
Exactly.
said you're anxious, but you did not use the gauge that Eli was giving. I didn't hear your answer.
Yeah.
So on a scale of 1 to 10,
Mhm.
1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest, where would you fall in your stress levels?
In my stress?
Yes.
No, I'm not. I'm really. I would not. I would not consider myself stressed. I'm just. Observing what's going on with a lot of curiosity. So my stress would be as well as, as the next person. But I wouldn't say that I'm in this situation where my life is falling apart or anything like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's where I'm at. I worry for
But
Kenya.
bear in mind that we also have good stress. Stress is not necessarily a bad thing. We have good stress as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's
So
a good stress? Give me an example of good stress.
your employer
An
is
example of a good stress would be
Yes,
when you're
Florence.
going to do an exam.
That is a good stress. I think that's a bad stress because when you're going to do an exam and then you encounter this question that you knew the answer but you cannot remember, that becomes really problematic. Because now I know the answer but I cannot remember.
You know that one of those good stress.
I think what
Go ahead.
Florence is putting on the table here is that it makes you the stress makes you read more so that you may want to deliver. Similarly with your reporting as well, your boss is expecting your report in maybe you've been given a week. So you can't sleep well because you know at the back of your mind that you need to deliver and there's a deadline. So you're working towards a deadline. That's a good stress because it's making you do something positive. But when you're talking about a bad stress, then we are talking about something that is making you feel like your life is really threatened. It's something that is not going to help you. It's something that has actually affected your physical, your emotions, your mental, and maybe we can call it a chronic kind of events in your life. Then that is bad because at the end of the day, when you look at what is happening in your health, maybe the doctor would tell you that your HBP has risen, or you've been told that you are developing diabetes, or something has happened to your health. So that is a bad stress.
Yeah.
So maybe we could first define by defining, well, first of all, how are we defining stress? It's a
Yes.
feeling. First of all, it's a feeling that comes from an event that is perceived to be threatening. So that is one aspect. Then it can also be an aspect of a physical tension. So it can go to the body. So it can move from the emotions and it can move to the body. And that's why ORPA is saying a lot of times when we are threatened, especially when it comes to stress levels, the body responds because stress is in the body. And that is why OPA is talking about your heart beating so fast, and therefore maybe when you check your blood pressure is a bit high, or your sugar levels kick in and it goes very high. So it's a feeling that comes. So it is important just to know that because then it will give us a way of understanding the levels, and that's how you can now start measuring whether your stress levels are high, whether they are medium, whether they are low, whether they are normal.
So what would bring, to complement what Ochanda has brought in, what would make me start having the high blood pressure? What would make me start having palpitations? What would make me start maybe losing sleep? It's because of what I'm consuming in my vision, and also in my hearing, and also in my cognition. What am I understanding about this particular event? Example, now we are talking about the elections. Many people actually today, there are so many clips. I heard what Evelyn was saying, that there are so many clips on social media that are going around, and people are giving their own experiences, and others are talking to journalists. There's one particular guy who caught my attention, and he was saying, can Chebukati do something right now and relieve us from this stress? Because I can't stand it anymore. What is happening to my stomach? My stomach cannot hold food anymore. I have to diarrhea. I'm going to the toilet every now and then. You have to stay indoors. That's a physical kind of reaction of stress that is affecting someone because of what he's seeing, because of what he's hearing. So it's actually affecting him physically. So what is manifesting physically is as a result of what we have seen, what we have heard, and what we are digesting. So if I look at what is happening on the TV, I'm thinking my candidate is losing, and yet I have invested so much emotion, so much feelings, and time to this candidate that I want to win. So this candidate is his votes, the tallying is not conducive or is not bearable for me. So I start getting anxious. My nervous system cannot control what is happening now. My heart rate, my heartbeat starts going up and all that. So as Salini said earlier, that now my adrenaline starts going up, and so everything else goes haywire in my body. My wiring just goes haywire. That is when now I'm not able to cope with the situation. So there's a possibility. There are those who cannot take what is happening right now because they are not able to regulate their emotions.
And also, when we look at this election, their stakes are quite high. And because of that perception, everybody has a way of what's in it for me, and what am I losing, what am I gaining? And that in itself brings in a lot of tension because of the emotional investment that people have put there. And so when the capacity to withstand that emotional investment is overridden, stress comes in. Think about it. If you blow a balloon and sit on it, what will happen?
I think these balloons will be bursting, but
Exactly.
now I want us to put it into perspective so that all of us can follow through. We are discussing about the election stress disorders.
Yeah.
And after this session, of course, we'll be looking at the numbers coming. We are still waiting from the presser to come from the IEBC in order for us to give you any new updates. But in case you're following through, we are talking about the election stress disorders. And why is it, I mean, Evelyn, you counsel young people, you counsel men, you counsel women, and generally you discuss to all these people across the board. I'm not talking to Evelyn, I'm talking to OPA, sorry.
Oh, I was waiting to see Evelyn.
Yeah, Evelyn was here earlier and she just decided to bounce off. So I thought she was still on this session.
Yes, sorry, what was your question again?
Yeah, we have Maurice here, who has been covering this news now for, let's say, since we started off the campaign period, and we have been running through. Journalists are seriously working. Do we really say the stress levels raised only with the person that are implicated in the job or in the work environment, or is it also transferred to the family? How does it affect people relating to this one individual? Talk about Maurice as a case study.
Maurice, do you agree to be our case study? You're muted.
You're muted.
Oh, yeah, I'm versatile, so let's do it. I'm a case
Okay,
study.
great.
I'm a guinea pig.
Okay, so Eli, you had spoken about having a stressful job as a journalist, covering the elections. There's a possibility, a high possibility, that your stress level, your job stress level, will translate at home, because you are tired, you've not had time to sleep, you are getting irritated, because generally you need to have a good rest. You need to have between, maybe if it's less, 6 hours, but 6 to 8 hours is good for an adult. You need to rest so that your body can rejuvenate, you can stay alert, and you can be able to function well holistically. But if you had not had enough rest, then there's a high possibility that you start getting angry. And when you start getting angry, you can respond anyhow, even at home. So an example, there's an elect MP, I think you have read about him, who got very angry and attacked someone and killed someone because of that stress level. So that is what we are talking about. If you're not careful, you will not be able to regulate your emotions. That's what I was talking about, emotional regulation. Stress can bring that. So if you don't have awareness about how you're behaving, how you're responding to people, then it's very easy for your responses to affect your family as well.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's the part of this conversation. The other part, Florence, and I want you to come and help us out. We have winners and we have losers in these elections. I've seen a lot of chats coming through, and people are telling us, okay, for those of us who have had probably privilege to share, relatives or friends that are running or vying for some political office, and there's one who tells you, usinyongeleshe. What do you make of this kind of people? Are they just being angry? Florence?
It's very interesting. You see, the dimension of usinyongeleshe could have many meanings, but playing anger, because why, if there's no animosity between us, why shouldn't I speak to you? But that animosity must have been caused by something. So most probably, it's an assumption, but most probably yes.
So why do people feel attacked, especially these political persons or individuals that have lost in an election? When you try to question and even try to find out what they're doing, they'll feel attacked. I don't know if any of you have experienced that, probably in your small kamkunjis.
I think in 2007, when we had that post-election violence, and there was quite a lot of, we were in Nairobi, and I was training in another course, and when we came back, part of some of my classmates did not want to talk to me, because unfortunately I'm from a different ethnic camp and they're from another ethnic camp. So for me, I did not even look at it in that line. We met in the washroom, and you should have seen the fear and the panic in this other colleague. And for me, I was wondering, what is this all about? And immediately I got in, she dashed out. So later on, when we were done for a debrief, everyone had to speak and air out how they are feeling about the whole thing of what is happening is when I got to hear her side, there is the element of fear and also not knowing where you stand with the other camp. And people don't understand also, you can be by default coming from this particular ethnic, but you don't support a particular candidate. But that does not, not everyone understands that. And I'm not saying that I'm talking about where I stand in, but this is just, we are looking at a picture as a whole. So there's an assumption that because I come from this side of the country, therefore I'm also voting for all these people. And if you belong to this other side, you're also supporting that. And since I don't support this other party, what is happening, I can't trust you. So the element of trust has gone down. So you can't come and tell me anything because I don't know what else you have in mind that you want to do to me, looking at what past experiences maybe their candidate has had.
Trust issues, you
So
say
it's
it.
a projection. So we are talking about projections.
Projection. Okay, great.
Yeah.
And there's something to do with trust. And I want now to bring in the aspect of a child before I can allow this gentleman to actually have a say in this conversation. There is a child involved. They are consuming this news. Every minute the father turns on the TV, Bonnie is saying, sasa huyu Ruto anaenda wapi? A minute later, Raila. And then at the end of the day, the child knows Ruto ni mbaya, Raila ni mzuri. Or Raila ni mzuri, Ruto ni mbaya. How do we help these young children in this space right now? Because they are home, they're supposed to be at school. Their education has been interrupted. They are busy following what the parents are following. And for the first time, parents are allowing children to watch TV with them. Florence, are we making broth that will eventually burn our lips?
I think it is important to acknowledge that parents are also feeling stressed and anxious and overwhelmed right now because of the stakes that the stakes that are very high. And so their behavior will definitely impact on the children. The children definitely know. For some reason, even my children know Raila and Ruto. And I'm thinking, I don't watch telly. I'm not a telly person. But they're communicating amongst themselves. And you can already hear the ganging. You can hear the Luos speaking a particular language. And you can hear the Kikuyu speaking a particular language. You can clearly see it. And the divide will come whether we like it or not, because we are putting that behavior in front of the children.
Maurice, as a responsible journalist, and I would like you to come in and help us understand, we are creating news for the sake of having numbers. We are creating news to be the first one to report. How can we help children that are actually consuming this news?
No, first of all, my journalism is not about being first. If you go to hostitnews.com, we are often last in producing the news because we don't believe in the currency of being the first. We believe in being right. Well, one of the things that people have to understand, one of the things that never gets communicated in politics is most campaigns lose. Okay, there's usually less winners, way less winners. A third of the campaigns in a race that has about 10 candidates, only one of those candidates is going to win. So people don't get it that your campaign has a bigger chance of losing than winning. Okay, I mean, Wajakoya did not have an illusion that he was going to win the presidency. Okay, but he still has supporters on principle and stuff. So we have to start actually managing expectations. I mean, it sounds obvious. Maybe the psychologists in this forum are going to put some context to what I'm about to say. I'm going to say it in layman terms in the way I see it. And you guys maybe can define it in scientific ways and psychological ways. So when campaigns are going out there, they're presenting their stories, the parents, okay, just like you're a fan for a team, it behooves parents to kind of pass those principles or their ideologies to their kids. So that's pretty normal. I like to watch the news with my daughter and put things into context with her. And my wife, I mean, sometimes she doesn't like it, but sometimes she wants to join in and just see what's interesting, whatever is out there is interesting. So as a journalist, I think what we need to do is we need to focus more on being right, being accurate, reporting the news accurately than being the first ones. Being the first ones is part of the reason why so many things go wrong, because you put out whatever comes to your face because you're in such a hurry, and then you discover very soon enough that that the information you put out was inaccurate, and now we have to correct it. And then the people that you planted the seed of incorrect information are not the same people who are going to get the seed, the correct information. So that's where confusion comes. And then this person knows this is what happened, the other person knows this happened. Both are correct, but one of them is accurate. So we need to figure out how journalism is practiced. We need to stop doing journalism like a ping pong game, where they report this person did this and then this one reacted like this. You have to educate your reader. You have to put context. You have to bring back the background information of what you're talking about. It's okay to take sides. In my writing, you very clearly know the side I'm taking. And I make my position clear ahead of time because I don't want anybody to think that I don't have an opinion about it. I do have an opinion. I do have an opinion of who I want to be president. And I express that in some of my articles, and it's very clear. My reporters, the people who work for me, do not have the luxury of doing that. Their job is to report straight news. But some people are going to argue. The boss is saying this, okay, so why should the employees say anything different? It's a valid argument. But at the end of the day, I can assure them that my reporters have a free rein to write whatever they see in the field, and then we just publish what comes out. So responsible journalism, I like the fact that you qualified it into responsible journalism, because right now, if somebody's posting on Facebook and all that, they're actually technically a journalist. And the level of accountability for those kind of people and the level of my accountability as a business person and as a journalist is totally different.
Thank you so much, Maurice. That is from Hot Seat News. And you guys should actually check him out. He's doing some amazing stuff there. I want to bring Boni as a final touch on this conversation. And after that, I think
before you
two
bring
devices.
Boni,
Yes.
Before you bring Boni, I would want
Go
to
ahead.
really appreciate what Maurice is saying. Maurice, you're speaking from a very, I don't know whether your way of doing it is quite ideal, which would work very well. Our context is not ideal. The reality is that they are fighting each other. And so we have to deal with what we have on the ground, which now becomes very complex for our children, that continues to divide. I wonder when or at what point our journalists will get to that point and understand the impact of their behavior on the family.
Maurice, you
Thank
want
you,
to take
Maurice.
a leap on that?
Yeah, and it's very true. And I always give an example with a story, a very heartbreaking story that I've done. My website is called hotseatnews.com, and as the name suggests, it was a joke. It started out as a joke. I used to just blog as hotseatnews.com, and people would come and say, "Oh my goodness, Hot Seat News! It's you're actually writing some really cool stuff. You need to turn this into something serious." So that opportunity came last year when a basketball player, a young basketball player, was invited by a coach to go in, and the coach lured her and told her that, "I'm going to give you an opportunity to play for a certain high-profile team in Kenya." So when she went to meet with the coach had booked one hotel room. Okay, this is a male coach, national team coach, part of the Kenya Basketball Federation. He had booked one room for him and the girl. That was the time during COVID. There was a curfew at 7 o'clock. So the girl goes over there. She really has no other ways of other alternatives. And now she's stuck with this man in the room, and this man is trying to have his way with her. I tried to get Kenyan journalists to do that story because it was a serious thing, because the whole thing came out from a viral recording. That girl called a friend, and the friend recorded the recording and shared it, and it went viral. Okay, so when it went viral, the coach was fired by the Kenya Basketball Federation, and then that's it. There was no any other action they did to him. Okay, it was taken into to the police. The police found that he had not. He was accused of attempted rape. The police found that there was no evidence that it was attempted rape, and then they let him go. So things like that. Okay, we later came to find out that that was not the only case. There was hundreds of cases. Okay, opportunities. This coach has been doing that for years. Okay. And another thing about that coach is he was a journalist as well. So the journalists in Kenya did not want to touch him because he's one of them. I can tell you right now, it was difficult to get journalists to be involved in that story. I wrote that story in 4 parts. It's some of the biggest stories I've ever written in 4 parts. The Human Rights Watch got involved. There was a similar case in Mali, and where that coach was actually arrested and taken to jail. But the Kenyan case has not been done. I mean, the police are investigating, and hopefully something is going to happen. So many women came forward. So the point I'm making here is this. Journalists have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to, by the fact that we went to school to become journalists. We have a responsibility to the community, to service the community, to stand up for the people who are weak, okay, and to speak for them. Sometimes it's uncomfortable. Like in this case, there were death threats and stuff that was thrown my way, okay? It is what it is. But somebody has to take responsibility and do these things. So we have to put out the information, understanding that even if you're saying the truth, it has to be said with compassion. Okay, you don't just go out blurting the truth and then leaving it the way it is. You have to have some compassion in the way it affects people. Sometimes you're advocating for people, but you're doing more harm than helping. So that is also a consideration that you have to also consider. So it's a complicated, it's a mixed bag. It's complicated. We have to work through it.
Great. And I want to pick it up from where you say we might think we are doing it more help than good. At the end of the day, you're harming people. And that's where I want to bring in Boniface before I can actually release the ladies. You know, it's quite late, and we are camping here until we have the next presser. So, Maurice, I hope your water is ready, because it will be going to be a hot one as we have hot seat news right here on Heart in Heart. Boniface, the IBC tallying, rather the provisional tallying, was stopped by, by media houses. Could it be alluded to the fact that we were doing more harm than good, putting people under stress? Before I can welcome our new guest into the studio, Bonnie.
I'm not sure I'm qualified for that one. I don't want to leave it to OPRRAH and Florence to tell us if the mixed tallying was creating more stress than not. What I can say is this: as the media, we are always put in an almost impossible situation. Mm-hmm. It's doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. So no matter which way you go, there's no winning. And as Maurice said, the lesser of two evil. It's a game of lesser of two evil. Because think about it like this: if there was no reporting, that same reporting that everyone is criticizing, if there was absolutely no reporting, you'll be talking of even more stress. Because people will be like, we voted, what's happening? Can't see anything. I've gone to Citizen. No one is telling me anything about the numbers. So it would have created an even bigger gap. So I'm looking at it this way: between the IBC, the media, those two, they are caught in an impossible situation where the media needs to report something to keep people at ease. But that same thing they're reporting has a possibility of raising some tensions, but it's still better than the tensions that would be raised if they were not reporting. The IBC has the mandate to report But they have to do it accurately, because you remember there was a case in 2017 where they were told you guys skipped a step, and they were actually ordered to repeat the election because of that. So you're caught between an egg and what is it called? A frying pan and under the fire, and it's like they just have to choose the lesser of two evils. So no matter what the IEBC did, no matter what the media did, it would have still been it was a choice between worse and bad and worse. So at the end of the day, honestly, based with the two options, I think for me the option of just tally, fine, just tally, let them be different. Explain to people that these things are being tallied by different, and also that way, you see, last time we were having one tally from the IEBC. They're the ones who are doing that quick transmission. It was coming from one place, but still there was a problem because everybody said vifaranga via computer. So it's a situation where there is no winning. There's no winning. If you're the IEBC, there's no winning.
And that's true. I honestly don't know why they stopped tallying. Okay, I mean, when you go to the store, there's different kinds of toothpaste. Okay, there's Colgate, there's Aquafresh. Okay, I mean, they all provide some different preferential differences and all that. So if KTN is having a different result, at the end of the day, if they arrive at the same final number, then that's fine. I mean, so I think the stopping of the counting has caused more anxiety than the differences that we're actually producing. I mean,
actually, someone commented that at this moment, all Kenyans are pregnant.
Oh, yeah.
All Kenyans are pregnant. Yes, all Kenyans are pregnant, waiting to deliver.
Embakasi has to come checking and saying, okay, 2 more centimeters to go.
Yes.
Florence,
but then
any final remarks to this conversation?
Yeah. So, a final question. Yeah. Final question. Eli, just one final question I want to ask Florence. And
before I add my final remarks,
we can't
just
hear
have
you.
one question.
Before my remarks.
Sorry,
before your question, is there an ethical way that it is carried out?
Is there an ethical way in carrying out the
reporting?
The reporting?
Yeah, that from the beginning, was there an ethical way that could have been considered from the beginning?
Yeah, the only standard there is the truth. So you have to provide accurate information. So you cannot make up anything. You cannot alter. You have to provide what is actually transmitted, and you have to put reasonable verification standards. That way, you're not tricked into producing something incorrect. But we are not there to midwife or sanitize anything. We just put it out there.
And also something else to maybe share with Florence and OPRRAH. You know, you guys are psychologists or psychiatrists. You understand how words affect emotions and how perceptions. For us as journalists, our tools are facts. So as long as I'm putting across the facts, I've done my job. So that's where interaction comes in. And in fact, the question I want to ask you also is, that's why the psychologists and psychiatrists should come in and tell us, okay, you guys are reporting the facts, but this is how the facts are. Because no one does it intentionally. No one wants to cause chaos. We live in the same country, you know. Some of us live not so far from, some of these hotspots that can be sparked by our reporting. So it's not like we want to create that cause. It's just that it's not our area of expertise to really understand how the effect of that reporting does. But also something else that maybe I would really, really want you guys to touch on, it's something that Shalini touched on, is that many of us are stressed. I gave an example of someone like Boniface Mwangi, who, if you look at his trajectory, and I am one to be corrected, his shift to activism, for me, I feel was some of the trauma, some of the stress he went through covering the 2007, 2008 election. So journalists, how do we know when we are stressed. I mean, today I've just learned something new about positive stress and negative stress. How do we know if this election is stressing us and that stress is reaching to a really dangerous place? And also to the public, like you're saying, the public is saying, we're making jokes about it, that people are pregnant. Is that good stress? Is that bad stress? How do people at home know that this election is stressing them now, is causing them bad stress?
OPRRAH alluded to something at the beginning when she talked about signs and symptoms that are normally manifested as a result of working in a traumatic environment. Now, journalists need to just be aware that they are working in trauma fields. And when you're working in trauma fields, you have a responsibility to your well-being. Let's be realistic. No human psyche, no human mind can be able to conceptualize trauma for a long time. You crack. For example, if you're going into the field and you're meeting people and you're hearing pain, 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 pain. So you're taking in a lot of pain, but nothing else is being input in you that is positive. So journalists have a responsibility to their well-being to ensure that they supervise their work, sort of, I don't know which name to give it, but to have regular debriefings on how their work is affecting them and how it is impacting on them negatively. So if you start deviating in terms of behaviors, so you suddenly started drinking too much, you're violent, behaviors that are negative, are dysfunctional, that were not there before, then you start being alert, because awareness is the first place to begin. When you become aware about something, you're able to put an intervention on what the problem is. Most of them, I'm sure, don't even know what the problem is or what is happening to them. So that gap in itself contributes to the challenges that they will be facing. They'll not be able to know that I'm getting to a bad place. They might not have the knowledge, they might not have the support they need. So they have a responsibility to continuously listen to themselves, the emotional impact. How are they feeling emotionally? At the end of the day, by the way, after being in the field, journalists ideally should sit and debrief their work. How was that experience? What was the impact? How is it affecting you? And you can use simple measures. For example, when you go home and you start being protective over your family suddenly, those are signs if they were not there. But that can only happen when they have an opportunity to debrief. So all the symptoms that come, emotional, physical, cognitive, that is the beginning. Awareness, just being aware that I am not responding as I was. Something is off. Now, it depends also on the duration. The longer you are, the more difficult it becomes. The longer you are. So the intensity and the depth. And you see, you people are consistently and constantly in the field. It only takes a matter of time before something happens to you. So it is important to be aware. Awareness is a strength. And when you're aware, you can do something. Continuously monitoring yourself. And sometimes just once a month, look for a therapist who you can talk to, or a counselor. You can have a conversation and just listen to yourself. That would be one way of buffering yourself against. And if there's a traumatic event, deal with it and find treatment. In psychology, we say treat it, treat the problem, so that you're in a place in terms of functionality. One of the things that I'm consciously and consistently aware is that the human psyche is very fragile. OPRRAH, you can say something.
Wait, before she comes in, and I would like for you to take this as a finishing point, as a continuation. You really expect, OPRRAH, that Maurice, a well-built African man, living his life, managing well, comes to you and tell you, I want therapy. Is therapy for African men? Because there's a notion that African men don't need that thing. I mean, kill me quick and that's the end of the story.
Why do they cry in the bathroom?
I've been using your name a lot.
Why do they cry in the bathroom, Ella?
They do.
Ella, why do they cry in the bathroom?
I just learned now that they do cry in the bathroom, but I thought we sing a lot, especially
They are
if
human. They are human. It's unfortunate the African man is supposed to be superhuman. So human beings have the capacity to feel. And pain is pain. Of course, the way we perceive pain as women is very different from the way men perceive pain. But if you're working in a trauma world, if you're working in the trauma field, take care of your psyche.
Take care of your psyche. Thank you so much.
You can imagine Eli seeing dead bodies all the time, people fighting. I mean, you are continuously taking negative. Where do you unload this negative stuff? So it builds up and it becomes toxic, and you become toxic if you're not careful. Yeah.
Okay. Maurice, you want to have a therapy session with Oprah?
Well, yeah, therapy is important. A lot of African, especially African men, they don't value therapy because it was not something that they grew up with. I mean, mental health was perceived as kuwa mwenda wazimu, as opposed to mental health as in getting yourself even killed and refocusing your mind in the positive aspects of things. So there is a need to educate and to create awareness that it is not a weakness to seek those kind of therapies. It's actually empowering.
I'll have to cut you very quick. Let's get to the bombers, see what they're announcing. Probably we have less stress coming in.
140. Odinga Raila, 63,475. Ruto William, 1,328. Wahiga David, 46. Wajakoya George, 113. Siaya County Game Constituency. Total registered votes 93,568. Total valid votes 64,314. Rejected ballots 335. Odinga Raila 63,428. Ruto William 702. Wahiga David 41. Wajakoya George 143. Kitutu Masaba constituency, Nyamira County. Total registered votes 106,269. Total valid votes 69,527. Rejected ballots 738. Raila Odinga 45,266. Ruto William 23,849. Wahiga David 127. Wajakoya George 285. Nyando constituency, Kisumu County. Total registered voters, 80,757. Total valid votes, 60,525. Rejected ballots, 408. Odinga Raila, 60,040. Ruto William, 394. Wahiga David, 24. Wajakoya George, 67. Kasipul constituency, Homa Bay County. Total registered voters, 67,513. Total valid votes, 48,699. Rejected ballots, 172. Odinga Raila, 48,177. Ruto William, 404. Wahiga David, 26. Wajakoya George, 92. Mboni constituency, Makueni. Registered voters, 96,029. Total valid votes, 60,846. Rejected ballots, 449. Odinga Raila, 50,634. Ruto William, 9,724. Wahiga David, 125. Wajakoya George, 363. Mbewa constituency, Homa Bay County. Total registered voters, 96,784. Total valid votes, 70,923. Rejected ballots, 680. Odinga Raila, 70,311. Ruto William, 460. Wahiga David, 29. Wajakoya George, 123. Kajiado Central constituency, Kajiado County. Total registered voters, 65,866. Total valid votes, 51,231. Rejected ballots, 189. Odinga Raila, 28,468. Ruto William, 22,605. Wahiga David, 50. Wajakoya George, 108. Vihiga constituency, Vihiga County. Registered voters, 52,309. Total valid votes, 29,888. Rejected ballots, 400. Odinga Raila, 17,140. Ruto William, 12,432. Wahiga David, 84. Wajakoya George, 233. Thank you very much. Stand by for the next announcement of the results. In the meantime, I'd like to invite the chairman of the commission, Wafula Chebukati, to make an announcement.
Of course, those are live pictures from the IEBC National Tallying Center as we receive the results of the presidential candidates. We'll soon enough be going to hear what the chair of the IEBC has to say, who is speaking shortly after this. And then we continue with this conversation. I know our panelists are having quite a heavy one here, but yes, we are following through these conversations as they happen. For now, let's get back to the IEBC Center.
Good evening. The Commission wishes to make the following announcement. We wish to inform the country that our returning officer for Embakasi East constituency, Mr. Daniel Mushoka, has been reported missing while on duty at the East African School of Aviation Center. That is East African School of Aviation Tallying Center. Reports received by the Commission indicate that at around 9 a.m. on 11th of August yesterday, he was escorted to from his house to the office, that's the tallying center, by his bodyguard at around 9:45 a.m. He excused himself to make a telephone call, but did not return to the office. Mr. Mushoka's family and the Commission have been trying to reach him without success, and his duties are now being handled by the Deputy Returning Officer. A report of a missing person has been made at Embakasi Police Station under occurrence book number 24/11/8/2022. The Commission is deeply concerned about this unfortunate incident and calls upon the relevant security agencies to speedily investigate this matter. Thank you.
Well, there we have it. Some very frustrating news coming from the IBC chair on a missing person. a returning officer for that matter for the IEBC that was manning the Embakasi side. I have to get that right again. That is Mr. Daniel Musyoka, Embakasi East, and he's been missing without a trace. And that tells you the stress levels will be building even further, and the likes of the likes of Florence and Oprah will having a lot of conviction to do and make us understand how we can manage. But before I let you two ladies leave set, you've just had that announcement. Does that add to our stress, Oprah?
Indeed. I was just thinking to myself when we were being announced for that we will be having elections on the 9th of August. I was telling myself, I hope none of my relatives decides to register as a polling officer or something, because these are stresses that come with it. Okay, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but there are certain jobs that come with high risks, and so is journalism as well. And so I don't know what happened to this guy, but he should have known that he's in a very dangerous position, that he shouldn't receive calls even alone. He shouldn't have gone out alone. So some of these things, I think sometimes we downplay the security systems that have been put in place. So if we don't adhere to following instructions, then those are some of the things that also now brings stress to now even the family members and to everyone else, even to us. Now I'm thinking we are not even going to know who won or whatever the results of Embakasi East because he has disappeared. So that is also another added stress also to the whole country.
Well, another stress added to the whole country, but just for clarification, the job has been taken over with a deputy returning officer for Embakasi East. But we do hope that actually this is not going to cause any more anxiety with the people watching. Florence, your final remarks to this conversation, please.
Let me jump in there because Florence might want to react to what I'm saying as a professional. As a journalist, when I hear what Chebukati has just reported, he did not wish the family well. Okay,
Yes.
So he did not wish the family well. He just talked about them. He has been replaced by the deputy. So that by itself shows the level of stress that he is under. His job is to deliver the result. He's gonna focus on that like a laser beam. But as from a journalist point of view, I need more information. Okay, what do we know as of this time? Okay, was anything stolen? What was he carrying when he left? What phone was he using to speak? Was it a government issued phone or was it his personal phone and all these things? So there's all these variables that Chebukati has kind of left in the air, which could also provide some context. So I'm going to leave it there and then let Florence and Orpa kind of pick that as well. I'm sure they did pick it up, but that kind of jumped at me.
I think
Yes, they
before
did.
Florence
I did
speaks,
pick it up.
Florence, before you
Go ahead.
speak, may I say something? I think what Mr. Chebukati should have said to the public is that the matter is being handled and everything else. Yeah, I didn't get to hear that. Maybe he did. I don't know. Did any of you hear that? That things are being
It
handled.
has been reported. They filed a missing person report and they gave
Yeah.
the occurrence book number, which is
But other than
all,
that, that is
yeah.
not enough. Just giving
Yeah.
an occurrence number and all that is not enough. Is not enough information to allay fears and anxiety to other people. We need to hear more. What else is being done? Yeah,
So
Florence.
in a nutshell, he's not managing this situation as he should be, or probably is focusing more on what he has to do as a commissioner chair. But Florence, your remarks on this and your final bow?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be in this podcast. OPA invited me. We are friends. We know each other. We are childhood friends, actually. So it is a sad thing for the family because the anxiety at a personal level goes high. And Mr. Chebukati himself, I think in such a situation, he is even more stressed. So, when you're stressed, there are certain things that you remember, there are certain things that bypass you. So I would want to give him that benefit of doubt. But I feel very sad for the wife and the children because of the levels of anxiety of their loved one. And I pray that God may give them the strength to bear it all and more grace to the family. One of the things that is important to know is that a lot of times events are not within our control. Elections are not within our control. We cannot influence outcomes, but we have a responsibility to our well-being. When it comes to stress management and stress levels, it's our responsibility to find positive coping mechanisms rather than moving with the flow that raises the distress, and eventually we are the ones who suffer at the end of the day. So I wish people would find positive coping mechanisms around election times that will support them and be able to make rational decisions and judgments. And at the end of the day, also take care of their mental health and take care of their physical health. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think Florence, let's give Chebukati the benefit of the doubt. It is very stressful for him as well.
Can I say something? I think one thing that was overlooked is that counselor psychologists need to be also involved in this process. I have not seen any stations that have been put for the officers also, at least to address. I don't know, maybe it's Chinyamaji, I don't know, but I think that is something that needs to be put in place because stress levels are very high, and allowing the workers, the staff, the journalists, and everyone else who's involved in this whole process to be able to work efficiently and effectively without having someone else to at least just talk to, or having someone to be sort of like a buffer is very important. And that is something that I think has been overlooked. It's not easy. Okay.
Allow me to just cut in short. One of the things that I know as I've worked in this field is that the journalists have some of them have covers, and those covers have counselors. So they can access counselors when needed. And that is why your mental health is your responsibility as a journalist. The IEBC might have overlooked that, but use your cover to take care of your mental health. Sometimes that is an individual and personal responsibility. Though at the bigger level, it should be thought through, but you have a responsibility to your well-being.
But other than that, I'm thinking the debriefs should be done on a daily basis at the end of the day, even if you are still continuing till maybe some hours in the night, but there should be an allocation of a time when all of you come together to just sit in and debrief each other so that at least you alleviate some of that stress that you've been carrying maybe on that particular day or for some days.
Remember, sometimes some of those things might be challenging. It needs homogeneity. So when ODM, I don't know who, sometimes that debrief is very challenging, but it can be looked after and done differently.
It can be done.
Yeah.
It can be done. Okay, great. Ladies, thank you so much for coming on set. We do hope to engage you at a further point. But for tonight, we will let you take easy because these men, they are using other kind of plantations to stay awake. I don't know which one they are, but I believe it's cypress trees. Thank you so much for coming. Asante sana. We hope to see you again. And we stay here.
It's not
to
the product that
politics.
Jacoya is selling.
No. We are.
How do we know?
we are covered in high spirits.
Adrenaline.
The adrenaline of the nation. The adrenaline is working.
All the best with your adrenaline, boys.
All the best.
All the best. We really appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome.
Thank you so much for coming on set. That was, of course, Oprah and Florence came in to help us understand how journalists get to deal with stress and these so-called post-election stress disorders. So, gentlemen, we want to see the losers and the winners because we've been asking a lot of questions about them. And probably journalist Mr. Maurice Ndole, he's been covering this with his team. I want him to tell us exactly what has been happening, if he knows anything new that we don't know, and probably why this matter should be a matter of concern. How far are we supposed to follow it as journalists? How far should we actually question? We've raised the issue of not wishing well the family. Is this just a by the way, or should we actually put facts and see what is happening? But for now, let's take a quick break and we come back.
You know, many people say girls are closer to their dads, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And if you check, a good percentage of girls who really succeeded in their lives were closer to their dads. It's quite unfortunate that I really didn't grow up having that connection with my dad. Given the fact that he was around, but we didn't really have that connection. I actually think I missed that fatherly love. Nilikuwa tu, you see. And this contributed to a big percentage of my childhood traumas that I'm struggling with right now. Yes.
My mom, what happens when mom tells me, you know, when a man cries, he's dangerous. My mom, what happens when mom tells me, you know, when a man cries, he's dangerous.
Being African, you can
even kill you. So you go apologize. Imagine.
Make peace.
Go make peace. Imagine. So I say, okay, mom has a point. This is a man and he's crying.
You need to go make peace.
But I was also furious because I know as much as my mom is telling me go apologize, I still have some answering to do. So I get to town, board a car to go his place. So when I get there, the first thing I ask is, why do you call my mom? What he tells me is, do you know I don't have a mother?
He's trying to play smart. He's actually trying to make you feel guilty.
Yes, he's playing with my emotions. I feel guilty, I feel bad. You have a mother. And he tells me, your mother is the only mother I have.
So let me ask you, Patricia, do you think emotional abuse is part of what someone will come as abuse?
Exactly. Because if it isn't for the emotional abuse that gets to trigger you, and you know, once you feel guilty, you just feel the need of paying for the pain it caused someone. So if someone plays with the emotions, you feel guilty, and subconsciously you will always want to be
And welcome back. You're watching The Arts in Heart. My name is Likuyani Eli. On this election counting night, we are camping here with one Bonnie Nyaga all the way in Nairobi, Kenya. Good evening, Bonnie. How are you doing so far? Still able to hold the adrenaline?
Not so much. I think my adrenaline is starting to go down.
well, don't worry. At about midnight, we'll be calling it a night. But we stay a bit put here and look at what is happening at the Bomas of Kenya. A lot of very disturbing news coming out of there, Boniface, involving one Mr. Daniel Musyoka, Embakasi East returning officer, who went missing on the 11th of August 2022, and now he's gone without a trace. I don't know what we can say about this, but I want us to discuss a little bit more about the winners and the losers. This is something that has been happening through the day. And I would love Mr. Maurice to come in. Let's start all the way in diaspora. Maurice, finally, can you tell us something about the diaspora voting and how you observe this? I know you cannot talk as an observer, but you can talk as a journalist. Please, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk as an observer as well. I mean, I observe this.
If your contract allows you, then who am I? Let's do this.
Hey, I can talk. I'm a free spirit. So anyway, so my observation was IBC did an excellent job. I mean, the presiding officer in the Los Angeles office, a lady known as Susan Boke Mahanga, she handled it very well. And I was impressed by just how they have the process streamlined. It's not the kind of process that I would consider to be the most efficient, but the people they hire, I mean, I have to say IBC knows how to find good people. I don't know if because the level of unemployment is very high, so there's very good talent available, but all those people are very smart. They're really brilliant people. They're critical thinking, ability to navigate people, talk to people in a very business and client and friendly way. I was really impressed by that aspect. And then when we were done voting, voting closed at 5 o'clock. And by the way, for those of you guys who are watching, the California is the last station to vote in Kenya. So we were the last ones to vote. We were the last polling station open because of the time zone.
Oh, time difference. Time difference. I get it. Yeah. Okay.
So we have that distinction of being the last polling station to close. And we witnessed a historic moment. We witnessed the last voter in the 2022 election. I don't know if you've seen my tweet on that. And I took a picture of them. I interviewed them.
I mean, rather a couple who had to drive for 2 or so hours. You really did a good story on that, actually. You guys should check it out on, that is Hot News. Hot Seat News. Yeah, Hot Seat News, yes.
hotseatnews.com. I mean, you should write the link on there so we can see it. But I did a story on that, and it was a very historic moment. You know, once in a while you get to witness all these historic things that we see, but we don't record them. But this was very clear that these are the last people because this is the last polling station and all that. So after the polling station closed, they went into the process of not transmitting the results. And this is where I have a problem with the IBC a little bit.
Okay, because, there goes Maurice. Tell us the problem, Maurice.
Yeah, the problem is they transmit the results are transmitted. Okay, these officers, they've done their job. I have no quarrel with them. I mean, I could have removed some of the steps there to make it efficient, but they transmit the results and the results arrive, and we were seeing in real time on the Kim's kit, it tells you that the Form 34A has been submitted and received. It tells you that. I have pictures of that, actually. I photographed the transmission. And then now we are seeing that some 34Bs have not been received 3 days after. I mean, it just begs the question, what's going on over there? So the process of submitting the vote, the process of counting the vote can be made more efficient. I think as much as they're submitting the Form 34B in an image format, it's very difficult to sort an image. Okay, so I mean, maybe they do it, maybe they don't. What I would have proposed they do is they should have a quicker way of, maybe they should submit those results in a secure email or a secure text messaging or an encrypted app where they can just type it in and go like, okay, this is the results of my polling station, this is what we have. And that can kind of give them an idea of where the results are. And then if they need verification, they can go back to the physical Form 34A to kind of make sure that they match.
I can tell you then you have very efficient fingers because some of us type 3 instead of 2.
No, you can. I mean, look. It's very, very easy. Very easy to do it. Those forms, okay, by the way, the ballot paper was very simple. Very simple. I mean,
only the president to vote for.
Yeah, the president. He tells you this is how it. I'm hearing spoiled votes. I don't know what you have to do to spoil a vote. I mean. I don't know.
I know what they were doing. They were taking the paper. You know, Maurice.
It requires some special skills to really.
This is the paper. The guy says this is Uhuru right here, rather Ruto, and this is Raila. The guy starts drawing a circle and cancelling 5 times.
I know. This
is how.
Yeah, that's how you spoil the vote. I mean, it takes some special skills to really spoil the vote. I'm quite puzzled by just how many votes in Los Angeles. None of the votes were spoiled. Although there were 2 votes over there, which one of them marked right next to Raila's picture, and then the other one marked next to Ruto and Rigathi. Okay, so they were accepted as votes because they were kept within the spaces that the candidates they were actually preferred. And the agents, there were no Azimio agents were not in LA. So there was 2 UDA agents, and the first incident happened for the Raila agent, and the UDA agent was a little bit hesitant in accepting that as a valid vote. It is a valid vote. The guy did not put it in the right place, but it's just, you know what the intention was. So we should be able to kind of like be magnanimous. I mean, Raila was winning by a wide margin anyway, so there's no point of spoiling one vote just to be malicious. And then it happened again on the other side, and this time the UDA people had to accept their own because they had similar candidates there. But at the end of the day, the process, the people are not the problem. IBC people are not the problem. I have to tell you, people, these people are sharp, they're smart, they know what they're doing, and they're following their procedures. The system is a problem. Okay, that system can be streamlined. I mean, I've engaged IBC people, and every time I engage with IBC people, I come out so impressed by just their ability to discern things and to put processes. And they are actually patriotism. These are really patriots. These are people who really want good things for Kenya. So it goes in those systems, and then things start happening. That's when you start hearing, oh, so there was hacking. Oh, so and then now we have this unfortunate situation in Embakasi. This guy has disappeared.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope he's well. I hope he's fine. Okay. But the stakes are so high in this election that things like that can really cause a lot of panic, because now all the IBC people who work there, who are tallying the votes, now they have to start watching their back and imagining if they're actually a target or some.
Because one will start arguing, is Embakasi East as a constituency of interest?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
So what are the interests?
Yeah,
because that's something we are actually maybe Bonnie could have a better idea, or you, Maurice, but I don't know what could be the interest, if there are any. We don't want to speculate, but these are things we cannot leave without questioning.
Now, of course, the contender who, I don't know if they officially announced or they announced, I know Babu, that's Babu Owino's constituency, just to confirm.
Yeah.
And of course, we all know he's had a history, the history of Babu Owino. As an entertainment journalist, I covered the history with DJ Evolve, which the shooting in the club, which was quite an unfortunate, so there's that background, not to cast any aspersions, but in fact, when you said Embakasi East, my first question was, wait, is that Babu Owino's? And I quickly looked, and yes, it is. So that's a point of concern, to find out what exactly is happening there. And let's not speculate. Let's leave that to the authorities. And of course, for us, we'll be looking at the authorities to quickly move in. And because of that background, to really move in quickly and find out what's happening. To what Maurice is talking about, here's the thing you have to appreciate. You say the system, the problem is not IEBC, it's the system. Now, the system is a wide thing. In system involves IEBC, the system also involves the political parties, the system also involves the political supporters of those political parties, and that system also involves the Kenyan public. There is no system that exists in isolation, okay? So IEBC does not exist in isolation. It exists in a system, and that system affects everything else. So IEBC the technology may exist to do very quick tabulation, but I am of the honest opinion that Kenyans are not ready for quick tabulation. And I stand to be corrected, but honestly, we are so adamant in our support, and I don't think Kenyan. And again, this is my stand. This is my hill. You can kill me on it. The Kenyan politics is not mature enough for some level of efficiency, because if you do those tabulations very quickly and they're out the next day, you will have people coming out saying, "Where you guys have counted too fast. How sure are you guys? This counting was too quickly. You guys, there's something you're trying to hide." And here's what I'll say. Look at the last time. The last time, again, like I said before, we had those quick. You remember the last time we had the texts method, where after the Form 34As are generated, they would send a text message. Then the tabulations were being done much faster because this was a text message that was coming through. So even there's a system, there was actually a system to tabulate to make it faster. And that is where the vifaranga of your computer came up. So
they've done the text before?
Yes, they did the text in 2017. Yes, and then it was said there was a ruling that came out that they said only for official announcement, only the Form 34A is the only legal document. There's no text, there's no, and not just the transmitted one, but the physical one. So there's a ruling that came out that said the only legal document that can be used to announce election is a Form 34A. Now let me give you perspective. There are 46,232 polling stations. Now the polling station, maybe Maurice, your polling station.
You said that is 46,000?
46,232. Okay. The polling station which I went to has 7 streams. So those are 7 34As. The 34A is generated from your stream, not from your polling station. Because the way it works, when you vote, after you've done voting, at the end of, when voting is closed, counting starts. How the counting is done, it is done in full view of all the agents of all the parties. So if it is Raila 1, Ruto 2, so it's announced.
Why are you leaving out Wajakoya and Maure?
Wajakoya.
Wajakoya had some convincing results. Actually, I thought he should be the bishop in this case because Kenyans are more 80% religious. But it's anyway. That's just a derailment.
So then from there, from that room, from that particular stream, the Form 34A is generated. Okay, and that Form 34A has the total number of votes from who each candidate got. Okay, it has total number of voters who voted, total number of registered voters in the entire polling station. Okay, and then it has the names of the two agents and their numbers and their signature. Yeah. And that's a final document. That document cannot be changed. Then immediately after that, it is uploaded into the into the not the KIMS-KIT, but in the portal, in the public portal, or in the KIMS-KIT and also in the public portal, which now anybody can access. Okay, so then from there, that form has to travel as per the ruling of the court, has to travel all the way to Bomas. And mind you, the returning officer and the deputy returning officer have to go to the constituency level. All the 34As are tallied, and then you form the 34P. At that point, they announce the MP, and they announce the women rep. After that, this gets traveled to the county. Okay, at the county level, that's where the governor and the MCA and the senator are announced. And then after that, those two poor souls, the returning officer and the deputy returning officer, have to travel all the way. Okay, I'm not so sure if they travel or it's the county returning officer, or anyway, there's a poor soul who has to travel all the way to
probably.
Yeah, so there's a poor soul who has to travel all the way to Bomas to deliver Form 34A. Right, that's the logistical side of it. Okay, now let's look at the numeric and the statistical side of it. Like I say, there is 46,232 polling stations. Now, if the polling station I went to has 7. Okay, 734As. That means, and of course, there's some which have 10. Let's give it a numeric average of 10. Okay,
10. Yeah.
10 times 46,232. That is 460,232 Form 34As, which have to find their way all the way to Bomas. And right now, the exercise that's happening is all those forms are being verified, because you cannot, the law says that you cannot base your Form 34C on your Form 34B. So first, you have to start by verifying every single one of those Form 34As to make sure that the Form 34B is accurate. And then from there now, that's why when you see Chebukati or anyone announcing a constituency, it means, because the Form 34B is generated from the constituency, it means that that constituency has been verified and now they're announcing. And that process will continue. So,
wait, Bonnie, I think I have a different understanding of what Form 34A does. Form 34A is in a polling location, right? Is that am I correct so far?
So far, yes, I agree with that.
Yes and no. In fact, you know what? Ellie had sent you the Form 34A, Form 34A from where I voted.
Try get as you continue with this. Let's just try get it there. Meanwhile,
I got it. So a polling station by IBC rules is a maximum of 700 voters. Yeah. So that polling station can only generate one Form 34A.
Well, not really. And I'm talking from fact, because my polling station, which I voted from, and I'm getting that Form 34A as you're speaking, has 7 streams. So if you go to the portal,
it has 7 polling stations, which means
no. One polling station. Okay, here's the thing: streams is the room. Okay, the room which you vote in. So, like, there's a voting. Okay, if you go even to the portal, it breaks it down. You go to the constituency level, you break it down. It will come down to the particular polling station. Then it comes down to stream. I know in Los Angeles you probably had only one stream, so you may not have that context. But with the 700, so the 700 do not vote in one stream, in one room. Okay? For efficiency, all those 700 are split. Otherwise, it's going to be a mess. So to make it more efficient, like my particular polling station has 650. Is that figure? So what we're talking?
No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Now I see what you mean. That's not the way I understood it, but now you made it clear. Now I understand it. It makes sense. So the polling location has a maximum of 700 voters, but for efficiency, they can break it down into other streams so that they do it quickly.
Exactly. So my stream has 365. Yeah.
So what was the number of voters what was the number of voters who showed up in your polling location? How many were registered and how many showed up?
Okay. Let me look. So let me take you through this particular Form 34, because it's really important for guys to understand the nitty-gritty. Because you see, we are it's very easy to sit in our seats, in our comfort seats, and critique this process. But for Chebukati, as you can see where he's seated, that's a hot seat, as you can appreciate.
Yeah.
He's in an hot seat because he has a very stringent, and there's been so many rulings. I wish we had a lawyer here to really break down on the different rulings that have been made on the election, as far down issues of voter verification, digital versus versus legal. So there's been so many rulings that has been given. So literally, it's like playing football with a blindfold and both your hands and legs tied, and you're supposed to score. So he has to follow every single ruling. Plus, don't forget he has the 2017 ruling where his entire process was thrown out, and the court ruling was not even disputing the final result; they are disputing the process. So the thing is, he's literally in. So he has to be, and this is where Chebukati is. So Chebukati has to be an excellent PR person so that he can communicate well. He has to be a lawyer so that he follows every single step of the law. He has to be a statistician, okay, to tabulate all these things. And then he has to be an expert logistician, or rather him and his team have to do it. So, and on top of that, he has to be a politician because he has to balance the perceptions of all these people. So to be honest, if there's a job I would never take, is his. Let me keep my day job. I am, like you can see his airport. He has an airport, man. You see people be making fun of his airport.
We have been shining his airport on the screen.
Why?
But Neo Bonnie, I have to ask you, that the dividing of the Neo, I hate to kind of bring the American standards of how we vote to Kenya, because people are going to say, oh yeah, US and Kenya are different animals. But the American process is very simple. They use manual registers, okay? So what they do is when you register to vote, they send you the confirmation in mail that you voted and all that things. And then once you get that, there's a form. That's from where?
So just finish your point. I'll go through the form.
Yeah. So they you register to vote. They send you a letter. They give you an option to vote by mail, or to vote physically, to go to the polling location to vote physically. Okay, I always go physically because I feel voting by mail is not voting. I just want to be there. I want to be there. Don't. It's kind of old school, but that's what I like to do. I like to show up. So when I show up over there, okay, they just ask me for my ID. They verify me on the physical ballot. I mean, they don't have biometrics and all that things. Okay. Which in Kenya, I mean, I can understand the level of trust is different, but it just prolongs the process. So everything is arranged in alphabetical order. They find you. The polling stations are determined by zip code, and whatever number of zip code, they bring it as very, very close as possible in schools. I mean, the last voting was actually behind my house. Okay, if I had a gate that crossed through my fence, I could have just gone through the gate and I'm at the polling station. It's very close. Everything is very close to one another. And then once you vote, they take that ballot, the physical ballot, and they feed it into the voting machine, which actually tabulates the vote right there. Okay. If they wanted to give you the result of the vote every time you tabulate and say, oh, okay, so and so, they could do that. Okay. So what makes the election in America, especially in places like California, longer is the different ways that people vote. Some people vote by mail. Some people did not register to vote, so they show up to the voting station anyway, and then they can register to vote right on the spot. And they're given something called a provisional ballot. So those ones go into another pile. So all those different things are the ones which make vote counting complicated. They don't have all these kimskit and all these things, which just creates an unnecessary bottleneck. I understand why they're doing it. I'm not saying that it's not right. I'm just saying that the system can be more efficient. Okay, that's going to require less people, and it's going to require it's going to lessen the number of people who are registered in a polling station, because 700 is a very small number. I mean, if they increase that to 1,400, it's still manageable if you have a system that is moving fast. But if you have
Maurice, if I can interrupt you, if you may allow me. Yes, we want to look at it from the American side, but I don't think we are far from America, to be honest. We should be working like America does, like Canada does, like any other developed countries do. And
It's
why
actually
would I
very
say
simple.
that? Why
It's
would I
actually
say
very
that?
simple.
We have already what I'll call the backbone of the system.
Yeah.
The time that we all were supposed to be registered and have our KRA ITAX, it was able to be rolled out. So
Yeah.
it defeats logic. Why is something as important as election that every member that is eligible should be able to register and vote is not happening? And I think these are some of the questions that we need to discuss moving forward, because elections should be as simple as, going to your ATM and loading in your PIN, and you have your cash if, of course, you have money in.
And Eli,
But guys,
Yeah.
as you're praising that election, isn't that the same election where Trump voters disputed that process so hard that they actually stormed, the Senate?
Yeah.
So
but
my issue is this. Like I said, election is not just a logistical issue; it is a political process. Okay, and you cannot divorce the political process and just make it. It's not delivering, pizza. It's not just about organizing and coordinating and delivering pizza. You're dealing with a political system. Okay, you're dealing with political parties, and you also have to bring in that element, and also you're also dealing with a cultural aspect. So, but that I don't see it working in Kenya. There's a level of efficiency. I know this is a tedious process. This is an outstretched process. But for me, honestly, because I've been covering news in Kenya for about 10 years now. I've dealt with the Kenyan public, and it's been my job for the last 10 years to sort of measure. Oh, by the way, before I forget, I've just checked out your hot seat platform, Maurice, and I'm a bit disappointed you don't have entertainment news. You've not been an entertainment and lifestyle journalist for 10 years. So I'm like, the entertainment news happen.
That's where you come in.
You have dropped us. And by the way, in LA, just this is a side note. In LA, Big Ted is the one who's coming in to be your ambassador, and he's literally came up from our industry. So yes, side note. That's not the headline. That's a sideline. But anyway, point is this: Kenyans are a different type of people. They have a different culture. I'm not seeing those quick results coming out, and that digital thing. I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that working. Guys we need to go. For me, I think we need to draw out the process so that everyone is sure that yes, this thing was tallied, and also those political parties. Right now, you've seen what's happening in Bomas. They want to see every single Form 34A. They want to see the political parties themselves. First of all, they do their own tally, because the Form 34As were released. They can do their own tally. So they do their own tally in their tallying centers, and then from there move to Bomas, look at the physical thing, see it with their own eyes, you see, and then also their supporters are seeing them see it on national television. You get. So because of the suspicious nature of how we are, I'm not seeing any other process working. Honestly, that quick tabulation that you're talking about, I am not seeing it working in Kenya. Maybe in another 10, 20 years, when our election process has matured to the point where we trust our system. But just to take you through, just quickly, because also time is going, just to take you through that Form 34A, you can see this is Ngei primary polling station. It's saying 1 to 7. Name of polling station 1 of 7. Okay, so those are the number of streams that are there. The ward is Mogomoini, the constituency is Langata, the counties is Nairobi. So then you can see Raila got 206, Ruto William Samoei got 152, Wahiga David Mwaure got 3, Wajakoya George Nchiri got 4. I will not tell you who I voted for, but just know my vote is somewhere there.
Yeah.
Okay, yours is there. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, Bonnie, I think you've made me understand that polling 700 number better. I think that part I was a little bit conflicted, but I first of all, the way the American system, what Trump was objecting to was so unreasonable. Okay, the people who actually made Trump lose the elections were Republicans. So Trump was just not believing that Republicans would not certify him. So he had, I mean, in America, you can dispute for as long as you want. So he had so many cases coming out disputing the election, saying the machines are faulty and all these things. If you have somebody like that,
was it the voting college? What they call it is the voting college
the
or something?
Electoral college is a stupid system. I think it's the most undemocratic system they have of selecting the US. You win the popular vote, but then you don't win. It's not democratic.
You don't win the colleges.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought you guys were saying we need to be like America, Buana. What you?
No. We're talking about system.
I'm not saying I would never advocate that Kenya adopts electoral college. Electoral college is not democracy. It was put there so that they can have control during the slave trade, the slavery period, and they've not been able to change it because the American system is very difficult to change. What I'm saying is use the counting of the votes and voting process. That is efficient. The way they go in and do all this electoral, it's so messy and it doesn't make any sense.
I don't think that we'll see the day of light with the haki yetu and tear gas Mondays. It cannot in Kenya.
Yeah,
but the voting process.
Seriously, think about it. If we have, okay, I mean, I thought we had 46,000 34As we are dealing with. But Bonnie just told me that they're actually
460,000 probably.
460,000. Okay, I mean, he just made this nightmare situation into a bigger nightmare situation. Okay, and think about it. The IBC hired 500,000 people. That is Amazon level hiring.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like Amazon. I mean, they have employees like Amazon. Okay, and so we are looking at a process which is not efficient. That process is not efficient. I don't care what you say, it's not efficient. You cannot have that many people and that many cooks in the kitchen and expect to have a good process coming in. It needs to be really, really streamlined. Something's gotta go. I mean,
guys, can we just quickly cross to the IBC center?
Give me 1 sec. Let me make this point. You can put in while I talk.
Okay.
The incident we had with Rigathi Gachagua playing with the Kim's kid for almost 7 minutes. We don't have time for that. If you have a crowded people, there's a line clogging over there. Some people, if you're a mechanic, your fingerprints is not going to show in those Kim's kit. So they're using a process which is actually going to give people peace, but then it's slowing things down.
Let's go to the IBC center. That is the Tallying Center. Listen in. I have delayed that stream so that we can be able to follow through, but it's right there with us. Okay. I hope you can get audio on that.
2. Total valid votes, 34,965. Rejected ballots, 266. Odinga Raila, 5,456. Ruto William, 29,242. Wahiga David, 137. Wajakoya George, 130. Narok County, Emurwa Dikir. Total registered voters, 44,040. Total valid votes, 5,752. Rejected ballots, 133. Odinga Raila, 501. Ruto William, 35,186. Wahiga David, 30. Wajakoya George, 36. Kisumu County, Seme constituency. Total registered voters, 62,045. Total valid votes, 46,418. Rejected ballots, 186. Odinga Raila, 46,088. Ruto William, 251. Wahiga David, 20. Wajakoya George, 59. Kakamega County, Lurambi constituency. Total registered voters, 89,770. Total valid votes, 51,002. Rejected ballots, 763. Odinga Raila, 36,143. Ruto William, 14,492. Wahiga David, 101. Wajakoya George, 266. Tharaka Nithi County, Mara constituency. Total registered voters, 73,248. Total valid votes, 50,493. Rejected ballots, 290. Odinga Raila, 4,902. Ruto William, 45,182. Wahiga David, 134. Wajakoya George, 275. Another constituency, Busia County, Nambale constituency. Total registered voters, 50,545. Total valid votes, 33,686. Rejected ballots, 318. Odinga Raila, 28,363. Ruto William, 5,086. Wahiga David, 55. Wajakoya George, 182. Kakamega County, Mumias East constituency. Total registered voters, 50,568. Total valid votes, 30,608. Rejected ballots, 364. Odinga Raila, 19,467. Ruto William, 10,839. Wahiga David, 67. Wajakoya George, 235. Laikipia County, Laikipia West constituency. Total registered voters, 118,986. Total valid votes, 78,615. Rejected ballots, 623. Odinga Raila, 20,943. Ruto William, 57,192. Wahiga David, 222. Wajakoya George, 258. Trans Nzoia County, Endebess constituency, registered voters, 50,688. Total valid votes, 32,337. Rejected ballots, 361. Odinga Raila, 13,954. Ruto William, 18,255. Wahiga David, 50. Wajakoya George, 78. Kitui County, Mwingi West constituency. Total registered voters, 57,138. Total valid votes, 37,789. Rejected ballots, 328. Odinga Raila, 26,470. Ruto William, 8,855. Wahiga David, 162. Wajakoya George, 302. Thank you as you await for more results.
Those are live images and reports coming there from the NTC, that is the National Tallying Center, IEBC, at the Bomas of Kenya. And I must say, yes, slowly but sure they are coming in. I am here with Maurice Ndole, all the way in California, USA. Good afternoon to you, Maurice. And
Good afternoon.
also hanging out with Bonnie Nyaga, who tells me, Eli bwana, masa, ni saa ya kulala. So as we wrap up, gentlemen, you've had more announcements coming in. How do you find those numbers convincing, according to how you guys were voting?
I think they're persuasive. I think I don't have reason to doubt it. The turnout projections that were stated are actually what they seem to be announcing. So yeah, so from verified 34 forms and all that. So that's what we need. We need for them to keep the ball moving, not silence.
But is it a bit slow? Because the chair earlier on in the day was actually acknowledged that it is taking quite a long time to be able to compile this, and part of the reason was because some of the officials, the agents, were interfering with the process. Their job is to only but observe, but they were trying to interfere with the observation of, or recording and verifying of these forms. Bonnie, what's your say?
Yeah, like I said, it's both a logistical and a political process, and also a legal process and a PR process. So when you look at elections, you have to look at elections from all angles and appreciate it from all angles. Because logistically, you might be getting it right, but politically, you're not. You're getting it right politically, and some actually, I remember we're discussing among journalists and communication experts, and they were saying that they do have political liaisons within IEBC, but they don't have a PR communication in a department, which maybe is what you're seeing. The challenges in communication needed. So for me, I just cut them slack, because honestly, the work Chebukati is doing, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
Biggest concern, gentlemen, is fake news. Has IEBC been able to manage this? If Maurice, from where you sit?
Well, they've not been able to combat fake news because they don't use their tools effectively. I mean, IEBC has a very robust Twitter page with almost 1 million followers. I don't see them using that. That's a quick way to just reach out to people and tell them this is what's going on. So I found IBC to be more reactionary than proactive. Okay, when you have a tool like Twitter, okay, just have somebody over there. Just tell them that just now they've made an announcement of a missing returning officer. It's not on their Twitter page. Okay, this is a matter of national concern. Okay, it's not on their Twitter page, so they need to have
it never happened.
Like it never happened. So they don't have a way for people to come in. What if I want to get information from IBC? If I want to see those forms, and you need to access the forms, IBC has not made it very easy for you to be able to do that because they're not using all the tools, and it kind of surprises me because the IBC people I've met are so smart. These are like really brilliant people, and you can see these are really brilliant people. So I don't know where the disconnect is. I think Bonnie has it. I mean, they need to bring in the communication people and blend them in with that so that they can show that this work we are doing is actually good work. So what's going on now? What's up with that?
Well, I think I see a laptop there, but we are unable to tell what exactly it is. But it looks like someone is complaining about a device that is not supposed to be there. And this is something that Gladys Cholet actually had as an incident during the day. People want not laptop in this room. I don't know.
Yeah, you cannot bring. Yeah, suspicion. Everybody's suspicious.
They need counselors in that room also.
We should be able to send people there
to get it there. But I mean, I have some background because apart from being a journalist, I also run a marketing agency, and we help, we help companies put together communication, and there's something called a communication infrastructure. Maurice, as you say, a tweet, you may have a tweet with 1 million. You have a Twitter handle with 1 million followers, and you have a workforce of 500,000, but none of them at that point are dedicated to the work of communication, because at that point everybody is doing other things, either they're logistics or because they have a department. They have departments for everything else. They have a department of logistics. They have a legal department. Apparently, they even have the logistic department has a few choppers and drivers and all that stuff, but they don't have a communication department, because communication is a very, people, we make it, we don't realize it. And you're a writer, Maurice, so you can probably appreciate this. Everybody writes, everybody goes to school and they can read and write, but not everybody is a writer. So in the same way, we all talk, but not everybody communicates. So communication is a craft, is an art, and it is a skill that has to be taught. So what they need to do is they need to get a proper communication person who now comes in and helps them to craft. And the same way political parties, you realize this time all the political parties were hiring former journalists, because there's something about the newsroom that there's a training you get in the newsroom that you can't get, especially if you work in a major newsroom. Like I have for the last 10 years. There's a certain training you get in how to communicate that you can't get anywhere else. That's why you'll find all the political parties, Hussein, I know UDA had Hussein Mohammed, Azimio got, who was Azimio's?
Is
Dennis
it the same one?
Dennis Onsarigo.
Dennis Onsarigo.
Yeah.
Those are very senior. You also saw Nani Kanzedena. You also saw the State House poaching from basically, if you want to get the best communication people, free consultancy poach from the newsrooms. So maybe that's what also the IEBC needs to learn from that, because you need to understand, there's a lot to understand before. It's not just anybody who can tell guys, okay, tweet this, tweet that. Even just what you said, Maurice, that this thing they've just announced it should be on their Twitter. The common person does not appreciate that. And I think after being in the newsroom for a minute, I've come to appreciate that there's some things that are so obvious to me that are not obvious to the common man. So I'm hoping between now and the next election, they'll style up and get a proper communication department within their ranks.
As a side note,
and I'm sure I really appreciate what you're saying there, because as a communicator, okay, I help people craft messages and create narratives, create perceptions, okay, drive your point home in an easy, digestible, non-complicated, big words way, okay. Ile very communication ile kidogo kabisa, ile simple yenye hata mtu wa standard 8 ataelewa, okay. The same way they have to kind of like craft this thing, okay. Mimi, I'm gonna say this again because I want people to understand that IBC is actually staffed by smart people, okay. I just, for the life of me, I cannot understand why they keep getting into all these communication roadblocks. I cannot understand that. I'm seeing these guys; these are really smart people, but how come the message keeps getting lost in the maze? And I've pointed out the Twitter handle. They have their website. Right now, if you go to IBC Facebook and Twitter and all these things, and you're trying to access the link to that from 34B, you won't find it. You won't find it, okay? So they've announced that, hey, it's open to the public, but they've not announced where to get it, okay? They've put out some really nice video of why it's important to vote and things like that, and you can see that somebody out there knows how to put those videos together. They're made with cartoon characters, so they've kind of reduced the cost, because the cost of models and stuff like that bumps up how much you're going to pay them to appear in those videos, but they're making them with all these animations and stuff. So somebody knows how to get these things done, but then somebody does not know how to reach to people where they are. So those are just like little tweaks. I mean, they could hire you, Bonnie, just to manage it. And you do.
Unless they hire me, incognito. I don't want to be. But then again,
and yeah, we have to also give them a quick example. The reason why Donald Trump won the election is because of communication. It's because of Twitter. He was putting these small messages, and then his army could go and retweet it. And if you see even the insurrection that Trump did, they tried to overthrow the U.S. government. It was organized and managed on Twitter. Okay, that's just the power of communication. Okay, so we have to talk to IBC and tell them, look, we love you guys. You guys are amazing, but you're missing it here. This is where you're missing it. Communicate.
You see, the thing about communication, like most of what we do is strategy development and planning and execution. So there's a certain efficiency in the planning, strategy, execution, and monitoring that a junior PR person who just graduated last year may not have, or someone who just does. Like, you see, by the time I'm approaching a graphic designer to design for me this, or I'm a cartoonist or someone to develop. So those are just service providers. So you give them, there's what you call creative directing. So you as the strategist, you may not be. I'm not a graphic designer. I'm not a cartoonist. I'm not an all that. But I'll be able to do what is called creative directing to the supplier. So those guys are just suppliers. They're given a brief which they execute. But if you don't have someone who is sitting in the strategic, at the high level, even middle level management and supervisory role, that's where you find that gap. Because, for example, if I was you see the breakdown which I've just given you of taking you through that form 34A and taking you through the process, and I've helped you to understand that. If I was head of communication at IBC, I would have had like actors. The minute I saw right now, I would be getting people to explain. I would be talking to influencers to literally act out that process and to explain that process to people, and creating those videos and editing them overnight and putting them out. That's what I would be doing, because the reason why there's what you call in information, there's always two things we're always fighting: information gap, confidence gap. Unfortunately, unless you're a communication expert and a communication strategist, you will not appreciate the information gap that other people have. So as Chebukati, he's probably an electoral process expert. He's not a communication expert. So for him, he understands the process in and out. So he's not understanding. Wait, like now, if Chebukati was to understand that you'd not understood that there are more than 460 from 34, that is absolute shock to him. He's like, what do you mean, Maurice? You don't understand it. You're a whole journalist. You see.
I know.
you know how we'll pose it? Where were you when we were talking? But
where were you when we were talking? Where were you?
Where were you?
I get it.
You're right. You journalists are not able to keep up.
Yes. So guys, I think we must call this a wrap. But before we do that, we have really have an interesting conversation around the stress disorders that are coming as these elections are happening, rather the counting of the ballot is happening and the verification for that matter. We've discussed about how we can manage as journalists to deal with these stressful situations. And last but not least, this idea of fake news spreading and how IEBC probably needs to, do some rain check on it and make sure that things are working and flowing. So let's conclude this. But as we conclude, what are your expectations? Are we expecting to have any results sooner than later? I know Shanili asked us to wait for 7 days to be up, but can we hold that long, Maurice?
Well, yeah, we're gonna have to. We have to manage expectations now. What we are talking, me and Bonnie are talking now. IBC has to come out and set expectations. Tell people this is what we are looking at. This process, okay, because of all the interest and the energy around it, it might take up to 7 days. So just be patient. Communicate. Keep people abreast. And you talked about fake news. Fake news is dangerous. The reason why I have my website is because I have to reclaim journalism from fake news. Okay, I am an independent journalist. For those of you who are watching, hotseatnews.com. If you want to support me, go there and subscribe and maybe share in our Twitter page and all that. So for IEBC to combat fake news, they have to be the source of credible news. So they have to tell people, if you want to know what's going on with IBC, you go here. And this is where all our information is coming from. You do not go anywhere else. If they do that, they're going to cut half of the issues they're having with fake news. And people are going to gravitate towards going there. Their Facebook page is going to be respected. There you go. That's Hot Seat News. Thank you so much for putting it up. So we have a Twitter going on where we are updating live information on what's going on right now. So if you have a moment, subscribe to our Twitter page and support us in any way you can. All right. So I think IBC has done a masterful job with this, but we are looking at benefits, not just features of what's going on. We gotta go with the features and the benefits of things, and that's where we are. Thank you very much, Eli, for displaying Hot Seat News.
Great.
Yeah.
Bonnie?
And Bonnie, I'm going to have you help me with entertainment because I don't know how to write entertainment. I don't know.
Entertainment, I think entertainment is the easiest news. It's the easiest news, right, Bonnie? You just have to say this one is pregnant with the other one, and the other one was seen in Mombasa.
So and so is seeing
you have news. Yes.
Well,
no, anyway, seriously, Bonnie.
So entertainment has been my playground for the last 10 years. Reported for Nation and also some South African platforms. Right now, I'm actually moving now to African, and I really have a passion for connecting Africa. And anyway, yes, it's a different genre, different rules, but it's a different animal. But it's an interesting animal to get. Anyway, so just to wrap up our conversation, my prediction is don't expect final results before Sunday. Just mentally prepare yourself for Sunday, Monday. There. That's my prediction. One, because of the process that has to go through, and then the number. I mean, you've seen how every time when you cut into the feed to go to comments, you're seeing.
Oh my God.
I know. I've
I'm
not
like,
been the
these
best
guys,
because
are they in Mombasa? Are they in Mombasa or what is this?
But I also totally agree with Maurice, and especially because I've been in that process of helping some of my clients put together a communication infrastructure. So I understand not just the result of the not just the benefits of the having good communication, but the process. I also understand the process. And to be honest, the only thing I can say is the IBC need to have need to have a proper. We have one of the. I mean, in this country, you'll be spoiled for choice. I'm not even the top candidates for that job. There are so many senior, some of my seniors in media who can really help them. All they have to do is let them pick. Let them follow the lead. There's a reason why the State House and all these political parties have beefed up their communication departments. And I can tell you for a fact, the team that had a very good branding, and I don't even know who did it, but Azimio have from a strategist, as a communication strategist, now in my shoe as a communication strategist, I can tell you Azimio had the best, some of the best branding and communication specialists, because also branding and communication go together. When I look at how...
Are you trying to say the person that worked on Gachagua didn't do a good job?
Let's put it this way. The person who worked on Martha Karua did a far stellar job more than the person who worked on Gachagua.
And that one, I do accept that. That was a good job. If you happen to see the video in Kikuyu dialect, that was awesome executed job.
So there's some really, and I don't know who it is. If it's a local person, I'm really impressed, but that is international class.
Bonnie, let me just jump in over there. I mean, hold your thought on Gachagua. Even the rollout of him becoming vice president, okay, the oversized suit and that really sloppy presentation. I mean, you have to ask yourself, I mean, nobody helped him there and all those other things. I mean, it looks superficial to kind of point things like that out. Okay, but it just shows you the level of detail you have to go in nowadays for these kind of things. Go on, I just wanted to point that out in the rollout.
Yeah, for me, because I've been in that's what we do. My team and I, we transform someone. There's what we call fashion branding, and it's a very in-depth process. So for me, I don't even blame Gachagua, and I don't necessarily congratulate Martha on that. Okay, the only thing I can say is Martha listened to her team. But other than that, it's I give total absolute credits to the teams behind them, because those are people who never get. And if I was to give another example, is whoever packaged Sonko in the 2017 election did a stellar job. So bottom line is this: there's a team, there's a huge department that goes on to, when things go right, things don't go right, things are made to go right. So when you see, and also when things go wrong, they're not made to go wrong, they were allowed to go wrong. So there's a gap, and I really, my hope and prayer is that IBC recruit the same way they recruited very good people, as Maurice has said, the same way they recruited very good people on the ground. They need to recruit a head of communication, and that head of communication needs to be given all the support they need to avoid all this untold worry and trauma that they've taken the country through.
Yeah.
Great. We've crossed into the midnight, and therefore we have to call it a night in Nairobi, Kenya. We have to call it an afternoon in California. And of course, it's 5 minutes after 11 p.m. right here in Brussels. And we can't say thank you enough, Bonnie, for coming on set. Bonnie is an entertainment journalist based in Nairobi, Kenya. Find him at Bonnie_Nyaga on all social media handles. And of course, we have Maurice Ndole from Hot Seat News, California based. And you can follow him at Maurice Ndole on his social media handles and his platform. And of course, company is at hotnews.com, if I'm not wrong.
Hot seat news.
Hot seat news. I don't know why I keep calling it hot. I need to eat some pili pili.
It's hot.
And
it's hot.
It's hot. It's hot. It's
Oh,
boiling.
that's why you have a hot seat. Well, actually, let me, you're quite on brand, Maurice. Let me appreciate you. You're quite on brand with,
there you go.
with the red seat.
Red seat.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a hot seat.
That's a hot seat. Giving us hot news. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you so much for coming on. As we go, you will have each 30 seconds to comment on this short. How does the media play a role in either escalating or de-escalating these temperatures that each of us has been feeling since the 9th of August?
I feel that the media has a huge part to play in our stress and our anxiety, and I fear that we have not done a very good job, especially if you look at how different media stations are adding up the tallies. I feel that we're constantly bringing on experts who are saying this person is one, that person is one, and that. Let us wait. So I feel like as media, we need to take more responsibility, not to sensationalize. But unfortunately, I know coming from the media world, people we sell sensation, sensational news, sensational stories, we sell them. And I feel that in Kenya, we do that a lot. And my advice and I've seen a few people on media say this, please stay calm, please wait till I heard Bonnie say it earlier on, please let's wait for IEBC to come out. So I've heard that, but I think and also the one thing the media have not done well, and I go to a few of the TV stations, is they've not been quick enough to count the tallies coming out on 34As. They've been extremely slow because IEBC, let me tell you something, Eli, that's really interesting that's coming from Reuters and BBC, is that this has been one of the most transparent elections because of what's coming out on IEBC's website.
Yep.
So we must honor that. If any of the parties decide to rig this, it's going to be very obvious, very obvious. And I am not scared to say this, I might get vilified, but we're not stupid. Okay, the Kenyan people are not stupid. So don't do something stupid. I'm saying to both the candidates who are at the top, just treat us with a bit more respect. And I don't know, I just feel like if you've lost, please accept that with grace. Concede defeat with grace. And I have to say, Odinga has never done that. And so if he loses, concede with grace. If Ruto loses, concede with grace, because we know that what the IEBC is one of the most transparent elections that Kenya has seen.
And yes, that is what we call having a great conversation. Gentlemen, quick response to that before we call it a night. Maurice, if you're with me.
Yeah, so I think she makes a very good point. It's a very transparent process. Anybody can go and download those forms. I mean, as many 400,000 of them. So if you want to see it, it's right there for you to see if you have the resources to do it. Yeah, and the loser should just accept that this is what happened. They did not win, and encourage their supporters to move forward. Did she say that Odinga has never conceded? Is that what she said?
Well, that's what she said in her submissions.
That's not true. I mean, if the elections are rigged or is perceived they're rigged, you can take recourse to rectify that. So in this case, we have this Form 34A that you can actually refer to if there is no games done. But if somebody disputes it, they're more than welcome to go to court. That's allowed in the Kenyan Constitution.
It is allowed in the Kenyan Constitution.
Apart from that, I think she's spot on. She's very good. She said what she said. I agree with 100%.
Great. Bonnie, do we have any losers and winners in this election?
Obviously, I don't know who was it, Maurice or Eli, who said there'll be more losers than winners. We have four presidential candidates. Obviously, there'll be three losers. So that goes without saying. But just to react to what she said, I do agree, yes. But also, I think I throw it back, and I think I throw it back to the mental health experts. And I really, really hope that the mental health community comes in and gives support to the journalists. One, supports them to help them with the stress and to help them debrief, as Florence was saying. Two, to also sensitize them to understand what is the emotional impact of their news. Because, I mean, they're journalists, so their work is just to report the facts and make sure we have ratings, because no ratings, then the radio station will be closed and there'll be nothing to pay them. So so I think there's a gap there, and I think the gap there is for the mental health commentators such as Shalini and also Evelyn, who was with us. Though the mental health advocates really needs to push for journalists to be trained on the emotional impact of the news, so that they can find within the ethics of journalism, and also within the commercial interests of the media houses. I think there is room somewhere in there where we can still present news which are impactful, which create ratings, but don't create that level of anxiousness. But I think we need the mental health experts to help us all do that.
Thank you so much, Boniface, and we call it a night for now. See you tomorrow as we focus into more research that will be coming in from the IBC National Tallying Center. My name is Likuyani Eli, and you watching The Arts in Heart. Follow at Maurice Ndole or social media handles at Boni Nyaga and at Likuyani Eli. Until tomorrow, again, we are out. Yeah, nimewambia jina. Let's see. Tuonane.
All right.